13. Honourable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 7th November 2023 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honourable, hold on. Or you want to effect corrections?
Speaker, for the sake of leadership. Speaker, page 13, I failed to attract your attention. I see item B on page 13. The Honourable Minister for Energy laid the paper on behalf of the lands and natural resources. If I recollect well, I sought your leave for that function to be performed by the Deputy Minister, the Honourable Ejapa Mensah. And for the records, it was Ejapa Mensah who laid it for and on behalf of the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
I think that is right. So, table, just effect that change. So, so in the event of the new corrections, the votes and proceedings as corrected is hereby adopted as the new records of the proceedings. Honourable members, I have the official report, two official reports. The first one is 12 July 2023. First one, 12 July 2023. Official report of 12 July 2023. I take it again. The official report of 12 July 2023. Honourable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Wednesday, 12 July 2023 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Yes, Honourable Member for Tafo, what is the issue?
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, there is no official report that has been shared among the members, so we are struggling to make amends.
Honourable Member, you are revisiting this issue again. The official reports are normally placed in your box. Have you checked your pigeonhole?
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, when we came back from recess, the indication I got was that we have reverted to the old position whereby the official report and the votes and proceedings will not be given to us here on the floor of Parliament. So it's coming to me as a surprise that the official report is not being shared to us here in the chamber. Because I think that is the more reason why now when we come here, we are now given the order paper and the votes and proceedings. So how is it possible that the votes and proceedings will be given to us here and the official report will be put into our pigeonhole? Respectfully, if I can get clarification to that effect.
Leadership. Leadership, is that the position?
Speaker, I think leadership will meet and discuss this further to see if the leadership will meet and discuss it further and see if that's the best way to go.
So, should we hold on with the official reports?
Mr. Speaker, it appears a lot. Well, some people have it, some people don't appear to have it. So, I'm not sure, since majority do not have it, we can defer to tomorrow and just do it.
Well. So, honourable members, we will defer the official reports. Let me, leader, before we are about to go to urgent questions, but I cannot see the minister here. So let me use the opportunity to acknowledge our children from Adeso Presby ABJHS. They are being led by Eric Oklitete, and they are from Upper West Akim. Upper West Akim. Do you have the member of parliament here? Very well. Well. The second set of school is Big Adan Methodist Basic School. Big Adan Basic Methodist School. The constituency is Adan constituency. Right. Oh, yeah, that's empty. Okay, you are welcome. So you can sit down and follow proceedings. Yes, leader. Yes, leader.
Speaker, we want to fleetingly vary order of business and take a statement that stands in the name of the Minister for Information, Jonabo Kojo Pomkroma. After which, I'm sure the answers from the printing room will be ready. The answers to the questions will be ready. Then we can go on and take the questions. So, Speaker, with your leave, and I know my colleagues are in support, shall we invite the Minister to do the needful?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we do not have any hesitation to allow our colleague, the Information Minister, to do this, but let it be known that the application to allow him to do it was just made. So it's not as if it's something that was pre-arranged, but we don't have any problem with him making the statement. But the only thing is, after the statement, you spend a bit more time with us in the house. Spend a bit more time with us in the house.
Well. So, honorable members, we are changing the order. We are jumping urgent question, that is 5, and question 6. We are moving to 7. We will come back to 5 and 6. So, let me invite Honorable Minister for Information, who is one of us, member of Ofuasia Iribi, to give us a statement on government position to ensuring safety of journalists in Ghana. So, Honorable Minister, you have the floor now.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make this brief statement. I'm here to provide to the House a quick update on efforts by the government to improve the safety of journalists in the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the phenomenon of attacks and intimidation of journalists is gaining notoriety in our republic. Data available to the Ministry of Information suggests that the trend is ascending. Increasingly, various actors in our society, state actors, non-state actors, political party operatives, assigns of businesses, and everyday citizens are resorting to attacks and intimidation of journalists as a means of expressing their displeasure. This is despite the fact that the freedom of the press is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the protection of those who contribute to the free flow of information should be of paramount importance to us all. Mr. Speaker, in 2012, the UN introduced a plan of action on the safety of journalists. It requires a multi-stakeholder approach involving all the actors of the global and country levels to comprehensively address the 3 Ps: prevention of violence against journalists, protection of journalists who are in danger, and prosecution of perpetrators. Also, the UN SDG 16 requires all countries to demonstrate progress in ensuring public access to information and protecting fundamental freedoms, which include the right to freedom of expression and the safety of journalists. The plan of action aims at creating a free and safe environment for journalists and media workers. Recommendation measures include, among other things, the establishment of a coordinated interagency mechanism to handle issues related to the safety of journalists, as well as assisting countries to develop legislation and mechanisms favorable to freedom of expression and information, and supporting their efforts to implement existing international rules and principles. Mr. Speaker, in line with this, the Ministry of Information of the Republic of Ghana first engaged with stakeholders of the media ecosystem in 2018 to design programs aimed at responding to challenges in the industry. The coordinated mechanism on the safety of journalists was birthed from that engagement. In collaboration with the National Media Commission, an office was established on the 4th of May 2021 to operate Ghana's mechanism under the leadership of the NMC. And Mr. Speaker, the mechanism for Ghana has 4 main parts. First, it requires regular advocacy and training of key actors, including journalists, security agencies, the judiciary, and the general public, on the need to uphold the safety of journalists. This also includes the steps journalists can take to protect themselves when conducting investigations or reporting in potentially violent scenarios such as riots, demonstrations, or conflict. Mr. Speaker, number 2, it requires investigation and validation of reports of attacks on journalists and media houses. Number 3, it requires a holding of the security agencies and the judicial service accountable for the prosecution and severe punishment of persons involved in the attack of journalists or media houses. And then number 4, the publication of an annual report on the safety of journalists and efforts to punish attacks on journalists. Right Honorable Speaker, the coordinated mechanism on the safety of journalists has chalked minimal success since its inception in Ghana. Under its advocacy function, the office conducted training sessions in 2019 for journalists starting from the Northern region. The Ministry of Information has also engaged the Judicial Service, advocating for severe punishment by the judiciary of persons who attack journalists and media houses. Among others, in 2022, the Ministry, in collaboration with UNESCO, organized a 3-day workshop with 25 judges on the freedom of expression and the safety of journalists in line with international norms and regional standards. The report by the office determined that the handling, in accordance with international standards. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of investigation, the office was instrumental in investigating the attack on a CTFM journalist, Mr. Caleb Kuda. The report by the office determined that the handling of Mr. Kuda was excessive and unprofessional. Subsequently, the National Security Ministry dissolved the SWAT teams that operated under it and returned officers to their mother agencies. Other incidents of reported attacks on journalists have also been investigated by the office, with findings conveyed to security and prosecutorial agencies for action. Mr. Speaker, under the function of accountability, the mechanism has not been very successful, I regret to say. The need to hold the investigative prosecutorial and judicial agencies accountable for the incidents reported to them cannot be overemphasized. In some instances, the Ministry of Information has had to intervene and make direct reports ourselves to the Ghana Police Service, as well as demand accountability on the investigation, prosecution, and punishment of perpetrators. Holding the judiciary and prosecution accountable on a sustained basis must be the norm. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, permit me to make 3 requests which will help for greater success in operating this mechanism. Number 1, it will be helpful for Parliament to assist in holding the agencies accountable for the incidents that we have reported to them. And I call on members and this House to partner the National Media Commission in this effort. Number 2, closer collaboration among stakeholder groups in the public communication sector is required. As we have argued from the Ministry of Information, no single stakeholder group can successfully tackle this issue on its own. Greater collaboration and cooperation is what is required. And here, Mr. Speaker, I want to make special mention of your Committee on Communications for their support in this endeavor. Mr. Speaker, thirdly, the NMC requires more resources to succeed at implementing the mechanism. The Ministry of Information has supported with our limited resources, and we are grateful to some of our partners like UNESCO, who have also supported the NMC in this endeavor. But we urge more support from our development partners and from the central budget to the National Media Commission to be able to execute the mechanism effectively. If we do not support the constitutionally established Independent National Media Commission to implement this, all our talk and best intentions will be in vain. And I want to call on the Special Budget Committee of Parliament to advocate for more resources for the NMC to implement this. A well-funded mechanism is essential to provide the tools, the training, and support needed to enhance the security of our journalists as they carry out their vital roles in society. Mr. Speaker, as I take my seat, I want to make the point that the safety of journalists is not negotiable. Journalism is not a crime. It is a major national service necessary for the advancement of our democracy. We must invest more resources, we must advocate for more support, we must strengthen our collaboration, and hold the police and judicial service accountable for the attacks that we have reported to them. These will go a long way to deepen our democracy and strengthen our society. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now, the ranking, let me hear you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for the statement you've made. And Right Honorable Speaker, this statement by the Honorable Minister is a very bold one, given the situation of press freedom in our country. I hold the view, and I commend the Minister highly, because to have the boldness to make such a statement at this time would be the beginning of finding the solution to the problem of press freedom in our country. Because if you don't accept that you have a problem, you can't fix it. Because when you look at Ghana's rankings, press freedom rankings, Mr. Speaker, and I'll just run through from 2012 to 2023. In 2012, Ghana ranked 7th in Africa and 41st in the world. In 2013, Ghana moved up to 3rd position in Africa and 30th in the world. In 2014, we retained our 3rd position in Africa and moved up to 27th in the world. In 2015, Ghana ranked 2nd in Africa and 22nd in the world. In 2016, we were 2nd again in Africa and 26th in the world. In 2017, at the inception of this administration, Ghana maintained her enviable record of being 2nd in Africa and 26th in the world. In fact, in 2018, Ghana went up to the 1st position. In 2018, 1st position in Africa and 23rd in the world. Then in 2019, Mr. Speaker, Ghana dropped to 3rd in Africa and 27th in the world. In 2020, we went back up to 2nd and ranked 30th in the world. In 2021, we dropped from second to third in the world and ranked 30th in Africa and 30th in the world. But Mr. Speaker, in 2022, Ghana dropped to her lowest point ever since this ranking started. Ghana dropped to 10th in Africa, 10th position in Africa, and the 60th position in the world in terms of press freedom. In 2023, Ghana is ranked the 9th in Africa, the 62nd in the world. This is our worst ever performance in terms of press freedom, Mr. Speaker. Ghana is ranked behind countries like Namibia, South Africa, Cape Verde, Seychelles, the Gambia, Ivory Coast, even Burkina Faso and Niger are ranked ahead of us in terms of press freedom. And that is why I salute the minister for identifying this problem and wanting for us to fix it. But Mr. Speaker, fixing this must come from the top. It must come from the very top, because in 2019, just before Ghana started dropping, when President, I want to pause and acknowledge Honorable President Kennedy Japan showdown. We just wanted to acknowledge him.
Almost 40%. Almost 40%.
Now, Mr. Speaker, can I proceed?
Honorable Sam George.
Can I proceed? No,
please
Honorable
proceed.
Okay. Mr. President. Sorry. Aspiring. Mr. Speaker,
Independent.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that we understand that just before Ghana started dropping in press freedom rankings, the president of the country, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in 2019, attended a Ghana Bar Association meeting in Takoradi and stated that the killing of a journalist, Ahmed Swale, was not an attack on press freedom. This in itself signals a lack of admission at the very top that the attacks on press freedom are a problem. And that is why this House and this Special Budget Committee must resource the National Media Commission, which I serve on with Patrick Boama, the Honorable MP for Kaikwe North, Honorable Patrick Boama, and Honorable Ayimedu. You must ensure, the Special Budget Committee must ensure that the National Media Commission is properly resourced, because right now it is the Ministry of Information that supports the National Media Commission's work in ensuring press freedom. But the Ministry of Information in 2022 was given less than 1 million Ghana cedis for its goods and services. Less than 1 million Ghana cedis. If you even look at how much Honorable Kennedy Japan is alleged to have given delegates for the last ended, it is more than that 1 million Ghana cedis. We need to make sure that we put our money where our mouth is and ensure that press freedom, Mr. Speaker, the press are the ones who carry our work here. We need to put our money where our mouth is and ensure that press freedom is truly well protected. Mr. Speaker, I can give you a litany of attacks, but like I said,
Honorable Member for Whole West. Honorable, hold on. Let me hear.
Mr. Speaker, in response to my colleagues, the minister's statement, the honorable colleague just made an allegation of an amount by a colleague from this house. This is a house of records. We want my colleague to prove it. That wherever he hears the allegation from, he should let this house know that 1 million Ghana cedis has been given by a colleague for delegates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will go with his point of order. You will either prove the source of that money or you withdraw it and we move on.
Mr. Speaker, are you asking me to show you proof of the allegations that the Honorable Kennedy Japan gave between 300 and 400 cedis to each of the 200,000 MPP delegates, and that the Vice President Bawumia gave more, 400 or 500? You want me to give you proof of that? I want to understand what you're asking me to provide proof, so that I can provide a video evidence to the multimedia unit to play in the house. That's why I'm saying that let me focus on the statement. But if you want me to provide proof of those amounts, I can provide the videos from MPP delegates.
Let me hear from before I.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious allegation, and it shouldn't be taken lightly. especially when people are being invited to the office of the special prosecutor on such allegations. Honorable Sam George, the mere circulation of a video by someone is not a proof. You said you can send videos of the said allegation to the speaker as a proof. And I'm telling them or advising you that the mere circulation is not proof of distribution of funds by our colleague. So please do the honorable thing, or we have it expunged from our records. We shouldn't make mockery of some of these things on the floor of Parliament. We are the same people who go out there and say that the public don't respect us. We have to be serious about some of these things.
Don't apologize.
Honorable Sam George, just withdraw it for me and
Mr. Speaker, no, because this is a house of records. The Honorable Patrick Boama was on his phone when I was speaking. I never said that I am saying. I said it is alleged.
So it's a hearsay.
And that is what I'm saying to you, that the source of the allegation, when you asked me to provide proof, that's why I was asking you, do you want me to provide proof of the individuals who are alleging this?
Honorable member, we don't.
Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of anybody distracting from the important statement that has been mid, I withdraw the fact that has been made.
Wonderful. Move. So continue.
Honorable Speaker, I mean, irrespective of the spirited attempts by the Honorable Patrick Boama to derail me from the important statement made by the Minister for Information on issues of monies paid by, allegedly paid during the MPP primaries, Mr. Speaker, I will stay focused. Mr. Speaker, it is important that this House protects the media who carry our news to the world. The sittings of this House go out because of media men. Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful, the efforts by the Minister for Information to ensure the safety of media men in our country will come to naught. Mr. Speaker, just between 2021 and 2022, there are over 30 press freedom violations that are recorded against Ghana, despite the spirited efforts of the Minister of Information. But he can only do so much. If you are giving him less than 1 million Ghana cedis for his goods and services, how much can he help the National Media Commission with? But we have money for other things. We have money for a cathedral. If not the vigilance of this House, we were voting 80 million Ghana cedis for a cathedral when the press freedom was not guaranteed. And so, Mr. Speaker, the press at the fourth estate of the realm, we must protect them. Because, Honorable Napo, who is the Minister for Energy? Matthew Poku Prempe.
And a potential
Vice President nominee. Mr. Speaker, if we do not protect the media and allow the things that happen, for example, in Radio Ada,
Friends of Napo,
what happened in Radio Ada in March 2023, where people stormed the media house and brutalized the reporters, or where, for example, in August 2022, the Adan Traditional Council said they were banning the media from covering the traditional festival. Mr. Speaker, we cannot see the gagging of the press. Else, how would the street lights you are sharing, Honorable Matthew Poku Prempe, be publicized if the media is gagged? We can't allow that to happen. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we need to be careful. Because, and you see, Mr. Speaker, again, let me end, and I end by saluting the Honorable Minister for Information, Honorable Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah, who has decided to be bold, to take the bull by the horn and look at the political establishment, be they NDC or MPP, like the alleged MPP members who attacked Connect FM journalist Eric Nana Jentua in February 2022. Face them and tell them that this is wrong. Politicians should not happen. This must not happen. Or like what happened at the NDC Greater Accra office, where a City FM reporter was attacked. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this. And we must say enough is enough. So, Honorable Minister, you have the support of your committee and this ministry and this House and members of this House to support you to rein in the excesses against our press freedom and move Ghana back to its enviable record of #1 country in Africa, as it was under President Mahama and in the first 2 years of President Nana Addo, before it has gone to its worst record today, as we see under President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. Ghana must retain and regain her prestigious #1 position in Africa as the most press freedom friendly state, and that hope is coming. Thank you very much.
Yes, let him come to my friend from Kumewu. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend the maker of the statement, the Honorable Minister for Information, on efforts to improve on the safety of journalists in Ghana. We know the media plays a major role in protecting our democracy, and it's something that as a government and as a people, we need to protect these people. I would like to highlight on the third major function of the mechanism that was set up by the minister.
Oh, reference. What is the meaning of reference?
Honorable members, he's not reading, he's just making, he's not reading.
Reference.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, how did I introduce him? I said, our friend from Kumewu.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I heard the honorable member for Bole saying he can't read. Even the British House of Commons. British House of Commons, people read. So why can't you read? Even in the British House of Commons, MPs, ministers read. What do you mean? Mr. Speaker, allow him to read.
Thank you, honorable member for Subeng. I am not addressing this issue just because he was reading. I mean, they have actually said they are not saying that. They wanted him to. So, honorable member, let's hear you from your seat.
It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was earlier making a reference to the statement by the Honorable Minister for Information, and I believe that my colleagues might have gotten it wrong. Mr. Speaker, the third major function, as indicated in the statement from the Minister, we hold the security agencies and the judicial service accountable of some of these things. When involved in some of these actions and we do not protect them as a state, I believe that as we and the judicial service has a major role to play in ensuring the safety of journalists and our media. And I believe that once cases are reported to the security agencies, the steps that are taken by the agency are one key thing that would ensure that some of these occurrences do not happen. So we would want to impress on the security agencies and the judicial services, when matters like this gets to their quarters, what steps do they take to ensure that the security of our media is protected? Sometimes reports are made to them and nothing is done by the security agencies. And matters when it gets to the courts, sometimes all these delays that account for some of these issues that happen with the media. So we would impress on the security agencies and the judicial service that matters that affect the security of our media should be taken seriously and they should be protected, because they are protecting the democracy that we are enjoying as a country, and we believe that they have a major role to play to help ensure the security of our media. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me give the floor to Honorable Member for Wa Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, journalism, as we all know, is a critical element of the development of this society. It is not for nothing that we look at journalism as a fourth realm of government. And because of the critical role they play, nobody can deny that journalism is instrumental and very fundamental to the success of any democracy in the world. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the minister has come out strongly to amend and to allow us to re-examine and to soul search about the kind of journalism we practice in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, since the death of Ahmed Swali, we thought that Ghanaians may have learned some sense, that the leadership and the people would have learned some sense in handling journalists in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, since then, 10 journalists, as reported by the Committee to Protect Journalists are hiding because they are afraid that if they expose themselves, they'll be hurt. Mr. Speaker, several other journalists, including the well-known Asare Donko, who reports on situations of illegal mining, deep destruction of our society, himself is hiding because his life is threatened. Mr. Speaker, we can't agree to project this society in this manner. That the records that have been portrayed show that Ghana is one of the worst countries where journalists are at risk because of what they do. So the records are there, and I was happy that the Honorable Sam George brought these things out very clearly. I was also disturbed and surprised that a very objective journalist like Manasseh Azuri had to run away to South Africa since after the death of the Ahmed Swali. It shows that there must be something definite about what we have to do to protect our journalists. Mr. Speaker, I would like the minister not just to mention that there is a problem or there is a need to handle these things, but to bring concrete suggestions as to what to do to address the key issues about journalists who are afraid to practice because of what they face in life. So, and the proposal has to be brought very concretely to us, that this is what we are doing, this is what we have met the journalists, we have investigated, there's a prosecution going on, or people who have written to them, sometimes indicating their names and threatening them. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is a free country. Our democracy is symbolic of success in Africa. Our determination to make Ghana unique must be enhanced at any one point or the other. This last few years of journalists facing trouble and facing dangers because of what they practice must be investigated, and their lives have to be protected, and the situation has to be made conducive for them to practice. Mr. Speaker, a journalist bringing out issues into the world, exposing dangers that are faced by society, is not committing any crime. They don't manufacture the issues. They simply report the issues. And if by reporting issues, their lives are in danger, it must be a concern to all of us. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy the minister has brought it up. We are calling on him to make it more safe, to make journalists feel more safe to practice. It must just not be a report. It must not be a concern only. It must be a concrete commitment to make sure when journalists are out to practice, they do so because they think it is their job and they think it is helping to develop this nation. Rather than to say that I'm doing it because it is about me and about my life. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be allowed. This impunity of crimes against journalists, Mr. Speaker, must be brought to an end, and more concrete action by government, led by the minister, must be shown that journalists are protected and journalists
can practice without any fear of their lives, and that Ghana must not be seen to be one of the worst countries when it comes to dangers in practicing journalism. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Let me take one more and come to leadership, and nobody from this side. Yes. Sound
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to let my views be heard on the statement made by the Honourable Minister for Information. Mr. Speaker, let me anchor my comments on Article 162, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, let me read. Freedom and independence of the media are hereby guaranteed. Article 162, Clause 1. Mr. Speaker, Clause 2 is as follows. Subject to this Constitution and any other law not inconsistent with this Constitution, there shall be no censorship in Ghana. 3 is to the effect that there shall be no impediment to the establishment of private press or media, and in particular, there shall be no law requiring any person to obtain a license as a prerequisite to the establishment or operation of a newspaper, journal, or other media for mass communication or information. Finally, Mr. Speaker, 4 is to the effect that editors and publishers of newspapers and other institutions of the mass media shall not be subject to control or interference by government, nor shall they be penalized or harassed for their editorial opinions and views or the content of their publications. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, I've looked carefully at the statement from the Honourable Minister, and the title is to the effect that efforts to improve the safety on journalists in Ghana. That's on journalists in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the paragraph 2 of the statement is to this effect. The phenomenon of attacks and intimidation of journalists is gaining notoriety in our republic. Data available to the Ministry of Information suggests that the trend is ascending. Very poignant. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping to see some statistics. It would have driven the matter more home. Mr. Speaker, I also heard him say that there are efforts to urge the judiciary to exact punitive punishment to persons who attack journalists. And I want to marry this point to something that happened about a month ago. Some persons went to attack some journalists and some persons who were appearing on a program in one of the private media TV stations in this country. The minister, through his efforts, got the persons prosecuted. Mr. Speaker, my disappointment was in respect of the nature of the punishment exacted by the court. So yes, that is, I have a right to express my opinion. So don't be scandalized by it. For the minister to say that they are by policy asking the court to exact punitive measures, and when you slap somebody with 200 Ghana per one penalty unit, Mr. Speaker, that is not punitive enough. And so some persons, if they beat journalists, if they attack journalists, if they intimidate them, and they are taken to court and they are convicted, and they are sentenced to a fine of 2,000 Ghana cedis, it is not punitive to deter other persons from engaging in that conduct. That is the point I'm trying to make, the Honourable Yabuama. Because by the end of 2019, between 2018 and 2019, there is an organization called United Press for Development Network, and they came out with a publication, and it was to the effect that as many as 31 journalists were attacked in Ghana, and one was killed. Only one case was arbitrated. or settled. And so I shudder to look at the statistics that will be available to us from about 20.
Two prominent journalists risked their life with their cameras. They faced the soldiers. And when that happened, the roadblocks that was done by the soldiers or the military, they had to dismantle the roadblocks and give me the way to pass. So, Mr. Speaker, some journalists could have valued their life more than mine, or more than the General Secretary of the former General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable John Sasi Dunketia, and went to their path and left us at that roadblock for the soldiers to do whatever they wanted to do on us. When they were given that order, that make sure you don't go closer to the people. We are waiting for important call, and as soon as that call comes, we'll fire. The journalists refused, and they were with us. They saved Ghanaians, and they saved me. They saved our democracy, and they made sure that peace prevailed. Therefore, when the news and the videos and the pictures were circulating in the country, when we met the UN team and showed them to what they said in Ghana. So, St. George, when you are saying that we are retrogressing from our position in the world media, global media ranking, it is man-made. And for speakers, I doubt. If you are looking for one of the best journalists in this country, the Minister for Information is there. And he is now heading the Ministry of Information. But it cannot be done by he alone. Certain things went into the global ranking. You may get the best striker, but if the conditions of play do not favor you, the player may not perform. The Speaker, the minister who took the country from the 7th position in 2012 to the 2nd position in Africa in 2013-2016 was not a journalist. He was a medical doctor. Then we gave it to the journalists themselves. Head your ministry. Then now you have brought her to number 10. Mr. Speaker, these are the problems. But the question is, why are we at number 10? A lot of things went with it. I want to emphasize that it is not the making of the personality you put there. You may have the best striker, but if the conditions of play is not level, he may not be able to score. The Speaker, you remember, in 2018-2019, when 122 media houses were closed, it was not done by the Minister for Information. And they were closed. A lot of noise was made. One categorical precondition for a free democracy or important multi-party democracy is freedom of an independent media. So you can't close down radio stations and expect to go and be number 1 in Africa. You can't. And therefore, when we are making noise, what you are doing, the global ranking, the international surrounding Ghana's democracy, you are destroying it. You didn't listen to us, and that is what took us from number 2 to number 10. Mr. Speaker, beyond that, even though you have restored them, there was something we call Media Development Fund. When the Honorable Muhammad Yariga was the Minister for Information, there was a fund we call Media Development Fund in our budget, and that's what was used to buy, even I remember, laptops for journalists in this country by the Honorable Muhammad Yariga. The Speaker, we've moved from Media Development Fund. In the Ministry of Information budget, what we have now is government communication budget. The Speaker, the precondition for democracy is not government communication, it's an independent media. Those monies can be used to resource the National Media Commission. And therefore, when the Minister for Information is saying that we must resource the National Media Commission, it's in the right direction. But we can resource the National Media Commission by bringing all those
minor fund, bring them together and add it to the National Media Commission's budget, which will be approved by the Special Budget Committee. Just put that one aside. The Information Service Department, which was well resourced under President Kufuor, what is its condition today? We have a lot of journalists. The private journalists that we have in the country, the capacity is there, but the conditions are not there. So, Speaker, this year, the Kovna Dumo Award in BBC won by a journalist in this country. So the media men, the excellent ones are there. They are good. But the atmosphere to operate in this country, Mr. Speaker, now is problematic. And that is why the global ranking, we are going back and going back. So, Minister, yes, the safety of journalists is not negotiable. You said that. The conditions under which they operate must be improved. It's true. The National Media Commission must be resourced. It's true. Next week is budget. You are saying it harmoniously. And therefore, when the budget for National Media Commission comes before myself and the chairman of the Special Budget Committee, who happens to be the leader of the House, I know leader will speak on this, and he will give you assurance that he will make sure that the budget for the National Media Commission, when it is about to be approved by the Special Budget Committee, your concern will be taken into consideration. Mr. Speaker, not only that, on paper, we have done what a country should do. We have passed the Right to Information Bill into law. You have the right to information, you have government communication, you have what. But if the right condition and atmosphere is not created, journalists cannot operate as they are supposed to operate. Therefore, in conclusion, I want to commend the maker of the statement for bringing it as harmoniously at this time, where we are going to take into consideration this statement in itself and make sure we bring finality to the matters happening to journalists. But, Mr. Speaker, I cannot conclude by now commending the president of the Ghana Journalists Association. The journalistic landscape in this country, Mr. Speaker, is on the high morale. Matters about journalists is always brought to the limelight, and that is why most of these issues we are all hearing. I happened to meet in a program at the Pentecost University, Millennium City, during the moral lessons conference that was organized by the Church of Pentecost. Mr. Speaker, when he spoke, it gave me a sigh of relief that this is the president of the GJ speaking without fear or favor. And what he said, if it could be taken in good faith, the matter of attacks on journalists will be brought to a halt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given me.
Yes, let me come to majority leadership. Yes, let me come to the first Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Minister for bringing up this very important matter. Indeed, nobody can underrate or underestimate the value of a press that is free, that is well researched, but that is awesome. They are unable to do any such thing, and so we resort to using the courts. And even that is counted as attacking the media, because that often is the only option left when people deliberately lie about you, particularly those of us in the public space. People deliberately put words in your mouth, and when you complain, they say the topics or the headline choice of the editor, the editorial policy, but they put your name against that quote, which is not from you. That is the challenge I think we are facing. But we must be careful not to be seen to be encouraging disrespect for the rules we make in Parliament ourselves. In fact, I decided to respond or comment on this matter because the Honorable Deputy Whip said something about taking off some media houses. I think the record rather was that those media houses breached the rules we made in Parliament. Is that not the case? They refused or failed to renew their licenses. And the rule was that once the date expired, it was not renewable. That law was made by us here in Parliament. So it is unfair to make the law, which, when applied, then we come back to complain as breaking or attacking journalism. But I think it is important that none of us, nobody, should have any excuse, no reason to use violent means to respond to any attack of any kind. And that, to that extent, we should stand together in condemning any violent response, any violent attack on any journalist, any media person. While saying so, Mr. Speaker, I encourage us, for those of us who own radio stations, many of us do, who own radio stations and who employ people, to ask them to encourage decorum in their communication. Honorable Minister, I encourage you to urge your people to discuss some of the media houses, their choice of words. There's a particular one I'm in court with. Indeed, the judge asked him, why are you so fond of using foul language? Why are you so fond of using foul language? The judge asked him. It is, you don't need to be insulting in order to express yourself. We are fouling the political space. We are encouraging young people now to use foul language. I think it is important that we also urge them to encourage sanity in the airwaves, decorum in the airwaves, and indeed political discourse in an atmosphere of civility. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Leader, I hope it's okay. Minister, do you want to say something?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. First, to thank colleagues for their contributions to the statement. Also to share just a bit of information on the matter of sanity on the airwaves. Just about a week ago, the National Media Commission and the National Communication Authority, under an MOU facilitated by the Ministry of Information, set up a hotline for receiving complaints on what they call offensive or egregious media content. The hotline 0800 419 666 in the last 1 week alone has received over 120 complaints, which looking at in accordance with the guidelines and will be making determinations on. And so to assure the Honorable Deputy Speaker and colleagues who raised a question about responsibility, that work is being done by the NMC in that area. But indeed, the NMC requires the support of Parliament. And again, I'm happy to hear colleagues speak to the fact that they would support the NMC get that kind of resourcing. I think on the matter of the closure of stations, the First Deputy Speaker has made that point, that the stations that were closed because they failed or refused to renew their licenses as had been given to them. And I think it is important that as we advocate for media freedoms, we also make the point that we in the media must operate in accordance with the laws as well. Very finally, Mr. Speaker, it is important to reiterate this correction that the government communications budget was for the purposes of communicating the works of the various ministries to the public. The government communications budget cannot be a substitute per se for what we rightly must do, which is to fund the National Media Commission. And then, Mr. Speaker, very finally, you would recall that the Ministry of Information itself was closed down in the last 4 years before 2017. There was no media development fund. per se. If there was, a fund is set up in accordance with legal processes. We will know the legal processes in this house. There was an administrative decision taken by that administration to buy laptops, RLG laptops, for some selected journalists. But a fund called the Media Development Fund did not exist. We did not inherit any such fund. And then very finally, a request by the Honorable Rashid Pepo that something concrete must be done. Actually, the statement I have read here is about that something concrete that is being done, the success and the failure. We are being open with where we have failed. And we are asking for Parliament to help us pay attention to a particular thing, which is holding the prosecutorial agencies accountable for even when we make reports of people who've attacked journalists. And I think that it's not about something concrete being done. It's about all of us rallying behind and helping to point attention to the prosecution and severe punishment of people who are doing this. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank colleagues for their contributions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Leader, are we following the statement? I think Honorable Minister for Energy is here. He's supposed to also. Very well. So, honorable members, last week, Honorable Minister for Energy informed us that today he will be here to give us information relating to the Akusumo dam spirit. So he's here. I will invite him. I think the VRA officials are also here to support him. So let me invite the Minister for Energy to come to the podium and speak to us, and by extension speak to the nation. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted further directions because the majority leader felt that VRA may have to come and do a presentation to the Joint Caucus, which we are ready to do if you so desire. And I also made myself available for a statement if that is the direction of the House. Or we can do both if the House so desires, because there are things that we want to see.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members of this House, I promised the House on the sitting of this session on Wednesday, November 1st, that I'll be here today to brief colleagues and the country on a very important matter that has become an issue of national concern. The controlled spillage of excess water from the Kosovo and Pond dams by the VRA on September 15th, which event has resulted in substantial impacts on our people, especially those communities located downstream of the Pond Dam. To begin, I want to, on behalf of the Ministry of Energy, the VRA, and all the allied agencies, extend our sincere sympathies to the communities affected by the flooding caused by the controlled dam spillage. We recognize the impact on their lives and livelihoods and the impact on the socio-economic fabric of the lower Volta Basin, as well as the extended impact on other communities outside of the terrain. We want to reassure them of our commitment. We are in this together, and we will exhaust all the resources necessary to ensure that all of them are comfortably restored to their normal lives. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of solidarity that has always been as part of us as a people, especially in trying times, such as the one we currently find ourselves in, I would like to sincerely thank Ghanaians for lending their support through the provision of various forms of relief for the comfort of our fathers, mothers, brothers and sisters who have been affected by the controlled spillage. Mr. Speaker, permit me to revisit the foundation of our first and largest state-owned generating company and put things in perspective. The Volta River Authority has successfully managed the Kosovo Dam since its commissioning in 1965. The dam and its facilities have been the backbone of the nation's economic activities since its completion. The
Akosobo Dam and its generating station presently serves several purposes, including electricity supply, stability for the national power grid, water supply, tourism, irrigation, fish farming, and in a very unnoticeable manner, flood control. So, Speaker, one of the reasons people build dams is to control floods, especially when it's perennial. The Volta Lake itself, with a volume of approximately 150 cubic kilometers, is the world's third largest man-made lake by volume, with a surface area of 8,502 kilometers square, more than twice the size of Greater Accra region. A potential breach in the dam could be disastrous for large parts of the eastern Volta and Greater Accra regions. Mr. Speaker, to put in perspective, the volume of water utilized by all Ghanaians or all Ghanaian households in a year is less than 1% of the water that is presently stored in the reservoir. For all the 35 million Ghanaians and our households, the amount of water we use in a year is less than 1% of the present volume of water stored in the reservoir. The Volta River Authority is a member of the Electric Utilities Cost Group, the International Council of Large Electric Systems, the International Hydropower Association, as well as the International Commission on Large Dams. In all these international associations, VRA hydropower operations have consistently exceeded industry performance benchmarks for several years. This national asset has been solely managed by Ghanaian engineers for the past 60 years, to the commendation and admiration of hydropower observers worldwide. VRA is an internationally recognized and accepted professional institution. Mr. Speaker, to assure the integrity and operational reliability of the Akosombo and Pond dams, the dams are inspected by a dam review board made up of internationally accepted experts in the hydroelectric power industry. The board has reviewed the operations of the dams and other facilities every 5 years since 1966, when the Akosombo Dam was completed. On each occasion, the dams have been given a clean bill of health. The most recent inspection and review were conducted in March this year with the same favorable outcome. With regards to the electromechanical facilities, the recent retrofit projects on both the Akosombo in 2016 and Pond Power Station in 2020 have assured the enhancement and reliability and performance of the electromechanical facilities by an additional 30 years. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure you that the Akosombo and Pond dams are safe and are in competent hands. Akosombo Dam controlled spillage and the sequence of events. I'll start with the history. Mr. Speaker, the controlled spillage that occurred on the 15th September this year is not the first time VRA has spilled excess water from the dam. Spilling, though an integral part of hydropower operations, is rare in our situation. The most recent spills occurred in 2010, which was 13 years ago, 1991, 32 years ago, and prior to that, in 1974. There were also spills in the early years of the operations of the Akosombo Dam, 1968, 69, and 71. Spillage is the last resort when there's a threat to the dam and its stability, or its facilities in particular, the spillways. Mr. Speaker, dams have spillways to prevent dams from catastrophic collapse. Between August and October this year alone, there have been dam breaks in Norway, Libya, and India, all resulting in loss of lives and property when the spillway gates and dam operators were unable to discharge the right volumes of water. We are all aware of the adverse impacts of the annual discharge from the Bakri Dam in Burkina Faso. The decision, therefore, to spill or open the spillway gate, Mr. Speaker, as well as when to open the gate, is one that has to be done with utmost and timely judgment to preserve lives and minimize the level of disaster. In the wake of controlled spillage, Mr. Speaker, many concerns have been raised regarding the preparedness of the Volta River Authority for the current Akosobo Dam spillage. Mr. Speaker, according to the International Commission on Large Dams, an average of about 50 dams fail each year, with an estimated annual cost exceeding $1 billion. There is a very thin line, Mr. Speaker, between a spill and a dam break, since one could easily lead to the other. Delay in a spill may damage the dam perpetually. Early spill will prevent a dam from breakdown. A spill in the nomenclature of dam operators is thus an emergency, and so following the last spill in 2010, Mr. Speaker, the VRA, in consultation with all relevant stakeholders, invested significantly in the development of an emergency preparedness plan, establishing protocols and making provisional arrangements to preserve lives in the event of future spill. Mr. Speaker, in 2010 there was a spillage and the lessons were learned. The plan covers the identified areas to be potentially impacted in the event of a spillage, including Siojaman, Lower Menya Krobo, Ada East, Ada West, Shai Osudoku, North Tong, South Central Tong, South Tong, Kita, and Aloga districts. Mr. Speaker, the emergency preparedness plan specifies who does what when emergencies that could lead to a possible dam failure or threaten the downstream life, property, or economic activities occur. It further identifies the procedures and processes that are to be followed, including identification and evaluation of an emergency, notification of appropriate emergency management organizations, and carrying out preventive actions to reduce the impact of an emergency. Mr. Speaker, to put it into perspective, the VRA Emergency Preparedness Plan is a disaster management tool with protocols similar to those applied in emergencies related to catastrophes such as outbreaks, explosions, earthquakes, floods, plane crashes, etc. Mr. Speaker, the VRA classifies these three emergency level situations. Phase 1, which refers to the total discharge, that is, using the dam or what is going through the dam and the spilling of up to 5,000 cubic meters, about 175 cubic feet per second. Phase 2 refers to developing or recurring events that could compromise the dam's integrity and cause a dam break, hence spilling discharges between 5,000 to 10,000 meter cube or 175,000 CFS to 353,000 CFS. Phase 3 refers to a situation where dam overflow, or rapid deterioration is imminent. That means the river has exceeded or gone above the safe levels of the dam or its spillway. Discharge is above 10,000 meter cube or cubic meters, which indicates that the need for large-scale evacuations. During all these phases, Mr. Speaker, and all stakeholders are duly informed of the various developments. For the just-ended control phase spillage, we only got to phase 2. Mr. Speaker, to ensure familiarization and effective implementation of the emergency preparedness plan during a spilling incident, VRA has held annually EPP stakeholder engagements for all the 9 pre-identified districts since 2011, with at least 400 attendees participating each year. The annual engagement is done with the District Disaster Management Committee, which includes as the chair the district chief executives, traditional rulers, assemblymen, opinion leaders, police, army, navy, fire service, Ghana Health Service, among others, Mr. Speaker, including members of Parliament. Through these engagements, the program produces inundation maps, how the areas that are potentially going to flood, communication channels and platforms, as well as identified safe havens. Mr. Speaker, this year in particular, in the month of May, the VRA and NADMO, with the support from the United States North Dakota National Guard, along with all the aforementioned stakeholders, carried out, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, a large-scale flood simulation exercise that was also. The simulation, which was reported by all the major media, was carried out in 3 districts identified as likely to be the most impacted in the event of a spillage: North Tong, Asujamai, and Ada East. More specifically, Mr. Speaker, the full-scale simulation exercises were conducted in the towns of Mepe, with 57 volunteers successfully evacuated, Zezekope, 60 volunteers successfully evacuated, and Azizape, 40 volunteers successfully evacuated. For the 6 remaining districts, simulation exercises were also carried out, and their representatives were part of all the pre-training activities carried out between January and May ahead of the simulation. All these were to ensure that in the event of a spillage, people will be safely evacuated with no harm or injury. And that is exactly, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what the VRA has been able to achieve together with NADMO during this spillage. Mr. Speaker, permit me to take this House through the activities that guided the controlled spilling from the Akosobo Dam this year. The inflow pattern of the dam is such that, Mr. Speaker, by the end of July, only about 6%, by the end of July, only about 6% of the total inflow, that is water coming into the dam, for the year would have been recorded. VRA meticulously, every day, records the volume of water that comes into the dam. It has done that since the dam was commissioned. Mr. Speaker, for the year would have been recorded, while a total of 27% would have been recorded by the end of August. End of July, 6%, end of August, 27%. This is the primary reason why most of the past spills have happened after August. The forecasting model employed by the VRA uses the inflow and rainfall data from various weather stations spread across the country, from the Ghana Meteorological Agency forecast, sea surface temperatures, as well as monitoring other international forecasting agencies such as the Climate Prediction Center and the Africa Center for Meteorological Application for Development, ACMA. Mr. Speaker, in July this year, the forecast data from VRA, as well as the various agencies, indicated that a 70% chance of below average inflows into the reservoir. I want to emphasize that in July this year, all the data show that we will have indicated that only a 70% chance of below average reservoir inflow. However, by the end of August 2023, the Ghana Meteo had issued an updated forecast that suggested a high probability of above average inflows for this year. The international climate agencies, particularly the Climate Prediction Center in USA and the African Center for Meteorological Application and Development, ACMAN, however, maintain their outlook of low to average rainfall in Ghana. Notwithstanding the conflicting predictions from local and international agencies, the VRA, after careful analysis, estimated a 50% likelihood of above average rainfall. This was revised, Mr. Speaker, after this initial and started preparatory activities for a potential spill. Following the revised forecast and to reduce the risk of spilling higher volumes, VRA in August communicated to the Ghana Grid Company to increase dispatch of Akosobo Power Station. NAGO was also notified during the same period to prepare for a possible spill while they continue to monitor the situation daily. On September 5th this year, the revised forecast based upon updated information emphasized a higher likelihood of average to above average inflows, further increasing the potential for spilling on September 8th. And on that September 8th, VRA informed stakeholders of a possible spill in the coming days. Mr. Speaker, at this point, all the VRA emergency preparedness plan protocols were activated and notifications were sent directly to EPP responders and pre-identified stakeholders to hold themselves in readiness for a spill. On September 12th, a press release was also issued notifying the general public that a consistent rise in the inflow pattern and water level of the Akosombo Dam had been observed and that there was a need to commence controlled spilling. VRA sent notifications to all stakeholders as per the protocol on the commencement of the spilling from September 5th. Rate served additional notifications to give the residents time to mobilize and move to higher grounds and or identified safe havens. In total, 5 local notifications were issued through the protocol arrangements. In addition, 2 national press advisories were issued. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the average rainfall outlook predicted by the Climate Prediction Center and the Center for Meteorological Application and Development, this year's rainfall pattern in the VRA catchment area turned out to be significantly higher than the long-term average by as much as 74%. In the second week of October, the inflows into the Akosombo Dam were observed to be as much as 400,000 cubic feet or 11,300 meter cube per second. This was over 180% of the long-term average for that time of the year. Mr. Speaker, on 9th October, at the graduated spill rate of 90 cubic feet per second, the elevation of the dam was 276.43 feet, which was over 1 feet below the targeted upper mark of 277.5. That is for safe operations. Inflows above 250,000 cubic feet per second would each day translate into an approximately 0.2 feet rise per day for the next 5 days, and consequently exceed the confirmed safe limit for the operating of the dam. There was therefore the need to increase the spill rate to approximately 180,000 cubic feet per second to safeguard the integrity of the Akosombo Dam and prevent a possible dam break situation, which would have had an unimaginable catastrophic outcomes. Delaying the decision to increase the spill rate would imply risking the integrity of Akosombo and pond dams, the need to increase the spill rate to close to 300,000 cubic feet per second in the ensuing days to make up for the delay. This would have resulted in a much larger impact than what we have witnessed. This would also mean that some of the identified safe havens could no longer be used for that purpose. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the Sogakope Bridge also stood of the risk of being compromised if higher volumes were spilled. The Sogakope Bridge, to refresh our memory, is the longest bridge in the country and a critical infrastructure that facilitates trade between Ghana and our neighboring countries. To avoid the risk of a dam break, which would also have resulted in a much greater catastrophe, the only option to the dam's operators was to spill at the recorded rate. In all these decisions, Mr. Speaker, the focus was to ensure that human lives will be preserved. Mr. Speaker, prior to increase the level of spilling on October 10th, VRA issued a press release on October 9th and also notified the stakeholders via the established communication platform, cautioning an increase in the level of spilling and the need for residents to move up to a higher ground. Meetings were also held with NADMO on the same day for them to activate the necessary protocols for immediate evacuation. The VRA committed an initial amount of 10 million Ghana cedis to support NADMO to commence evacuation, procurement, delivery, and distribution of relief items. Mr. Speaker, VRA has to date still continued in provision of the relief items through NADMO. Mr. Speaker, the relief items are shared, and even some members of parliament do receive shares for the various communities in their constituencies. The coordinated efforts of VRA, NADMO, and the various state agencies led to the successful evacuation of close to 39,000 persons with no single, Mr. Speaker, with no single injury or death reported. The coordinated efforts also led to the preservation of the Akosombo Dam, the Sogakope Bridge, and the lives of many Ghanaians living south of the Akosombo Dam. Following the additional notification on the need to increase the spillage, the spill rate was increased from 90,000 cubic feet per second to 180,000 cubic feet per second on the 10th of October 2023. The NADMO and VRA team the day after were already on the ground providing relief items to those who have gone to the safe havens and helping others with evacuation. To date, Mr. Speaker, the VRA and NADMO have intensified the distribution of relief items and caught several relief interventions to help lessen the burden on displaced people. The Volta River Authority, Mr. Speaker, paused the spilling on 30th of October 2023. We are still observing the inflows, and if necessary, we may have to spill. Mr. Speaker, the flooding which resulted from the controlled spillage of the dam caused flooding in parts of Volta region, Eastern region, and Greater Accra regions in the 7 districts and affected 54 communities. Statistics from NADMO, Mr. Speaker, indicate that more than 39,000 have been affected. Thankfully, like I said, Mr. Speaker, no deaths. Mr. Speaker, aside from displacing people, the flooding has caused the loss of properties, livelihood, and economic sustenance of the people in the lower Volta basin and in other communities, and also raised various concerns regarding the psychological, health, educational, and undergoing rehabilitation, restoration, and resettlement of affected persons. Mr. Speaker, the relief responses. Please permit me to provide an overview of the emergency response and relief interventions that have been put in place so far. Since the controlled spillage began, VRA assigned various directors to the respective districts to monitor the progress of relief items sufficiency, consistently, and the need for replenishment. Monitoring teams from NADMO and VRA are also assigned to aid in the distribution of relief items to the various safe havens in the affected districts. In consultation with the government, VRA has disbursed 10 million, which was subsequently increased to 20 million, to assist NADMO in the provision of relief support for the affected communities. Some of the items delivered include food and related items, drinks, mattresses, mosquito nets, coils, sachet water, used clothes, baby food, diapers, sanitary pads, toilet rolls, water storage tanks, solar lamps, sanitation services, medicines, and water filtration tablets. VRA has provided daily tanker service to some communities to supply water from the onset. It has also restored the community water systems in Avemi in the Northern District, which was previously submerged. VRA has also installed a water service and treatment plant at St. Kitso School, one of the safe havens in Mepe. VRA has also created a 5 to 6 kilometer access road to St. Kitso Safe Haven to reduce the risk of persons using boats to traverse the flooded area. Together with ECG, they also restored electricity supply to St. Kizito, which had earlier been cut off due to the flooding. To help address any emanating health concerns, VRA and NADMO supported the district health directorates with medical supplies and teams. Mobile clinics were also set up in the respective safe havens. Following concerns brought out by displaced brothers Robust monitoring mechanisms have been established at the district levels to ensure that relief items are promptly, if effectively delivered to the intended beneficiaries. Government is committed to ensuring that these relief efforts reach those in need and reach them promptly. Mr. Speaker, permit me to also touch on the sustainable actions deployed by government to ensure that we speedily restore the livelihoods and lives of our affected brothers and sisters. Right from the beginning of the displacement, Mr. Speaker, a 30-member interministerial committee has been constituted by the government started in October 13th to bring on board support and assistance from the Ministries of Energy, Finance, Local Government, Environment, Interior, Health, Sanitation and Water Resources, Defense, Roads, Highways, Education, Information, amongst others. The Ghana Army and Navy have been at post since the onset to provide support to various communities. Mr. Speaker, please permit me to shed more light on what could have happened if the VRA had not carried out the spillage the way it had or released the volumes it had. The plain truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that if VRA had not been proactive in spilling this year, the water coming into the reservoir would have overtopped Akosombo Dam, which would have had unimaginable catastrophic impact on the people. Since the year 2000, Mr. Speaker, there have been more than 200 notable dam failures worldwide, whose individual stories of impact and devastation assure no comfort, but only underscore why dam managers have to do all in their power to prevent compromising the dam's integrity. For dam operators, there is always the responsibility of maintaining the balance between ensuring the dam's integrity and protecting lives and property. Mr. Speaker, Akosombo Dam, according to records, holds one of the world's largest artificial lakes in the world by surface volume. This means our water dam is large enough to be seen from space. Mr. Imagine that for a second, if all that water is released to the lower dam. Recently, precisely on the September 10th and 11th, Libya experienced a dam break whose magnitude and devastation is only second to a 1975 incident in China. It just resulted in the death of estimated 11,000 people. Several others are missing, and where the dams were located is in absolute ruins. The storage capacity of these dams was of nearly 0.0225 billion meters squared, which is only 0.15% of our Akosombo Dam. The cause of the dam break is attributed to the dam's operators who were not proactive enough to open the spill lanes when the consistent rainfall pattern threatened the flood. Mr. Speaker, through the controlled spillage of Akosombo and pond dams, which has seen no deaths recorded and not personally affected, has seriously affected downstream communities in their livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, the way forward. Mr. Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, the Volta River Authority is also actively engaging in additional resilient emergency response efforts, collaborating with government and relevant stakeholders on the development of a more robust emergency preparedness plan. The enhanced plan places a deeper emphasis on addressing impacts of climate change and considers the global warming clues. It is our pride to take additional necessary precautions to prevent and respond to dam-related incidents effectively, ensure such incidents don't recur. I would like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by emphasizing that the VRA controlled spillage of excess water from Akosombo and pond dams between 15th September and 30th October was a necessary safety measure to prevent a highly possible dam break disaster. Spilling, Mr. Speaker, was the only option, and based on the available information and data, the spill levels were what was required to ensure the safety of the dam and prevent a greater impact not only on the communities downstream, but on the entire country. I extend my gratitude to each member of Parliament, civil society organizations, humanitarian organizations, religious and faith-based organizations, families of the displaced people, and the entire nation for their unwavering support. And I pledge that together we shall overcome these challenges and emerge as a stronger nation. Mr. Speaker, I did say last week, Wednesday, that the government has set up an interministerial team that is monitoring the situation and intervening when required. Thank you for your attention.
Very well. Honourable members, the Honourable Minister for Energy has given us all about the Akusumo and Pond Dam spillage. In order to control the contribution, we will urge 2 from each side or 3 from each side. We want to give each side 3. Then we come to leadership. 3 from each side, then we come to leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with you that looking at the importance of this particular matter, you allow at least 5 from our side. We don't know if the members on the other side are not minded to contribute. That is okay. But on our side, at least allow us 5. 5 is okay, because this is a sensitive matter that we really want to articulate. Thank you.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Just keep
I guess the import of this statement is to brief us. It should brief us that is responding to the issues raised when the composite statement came to be read. Now there is an interministerial committee working, the report of which certainly would feed this House. So this is a preliminary issue that is raising to particularly respond to the matters that were raised in respect of the spillage. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe maybe a maximum of 3 or 4 from either side will be enough for the time being. Mr. Speaker, the matter indeed we must admit is a sensitive one. But clearly, like any other matter that comes to this House, we cannot have an inexhaustible list. We cannot. And that is why I'm saying that, and in any event, we have seen the Mesa responsible for lands and natural resources was here. It's hard to leave to make way for him, the Mesa for Energy. After here, he would also come and make his own statement. There's a tall order of business for us in this House. So to say that it should not be limited, I believe that certainly. So I think, Mr. Speaker, if you should guide us, 3 or maybe 4 from either side, for the time being, it will be all right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reason why the minister was invited mainly came from communities that were affected, the members of parliament. And it is only fair that after the minister's presentation, we must at least hear from the honorable members in the very affected areas. And that's why we know where the interest is. And please, let's be fair. And the majority leader understands where this is coming from. It is only important that we allow, especially, we can reduce the minutes, but at least we should hear from the key members of parliament in the areas that were heavily affected. It is only fair. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we can stay with the 5. So we can allow at least many of these members to speak. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I guess by way of compromise, 5 will be adequate. Maybe to guide us with the time allotment. That should be right. But, Mr. Speaker, it's also important to know that these matters relating to the spillage and the flooding does not concern those of them downstream of Akusumbo alone. Perhaps if you go upstream, it's even worse. It's even worse there. But everybody is concerned. Well, as colleagues from Nigeria will say, it may be the worstest. But Mr. Speaker, I guess 5. We will settle on 5.
Very well.
From either side.
So, honourable members, we are going to time ourselves 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Honourable members, please. So if we give ourselves 3 minutes, from we get 5 people, 3 minutes, 15 minutes. 5 people, 3 minutes, 15 minutes. So 30 minutes, then we come to leadership. So it means we are going to spend about 40 minutes on this. So please.
Imposes an obligation on VRA, among other things, to establish as far as practicable facilities and assistance to the development of the lake as a source of fish and as a route for transportation of goods and passengers and in any other manner. He says the development of the lakeside for the health as well as the well-being of the inhabitants and people living adjacent to the lake area. And for those of us north of the dam, the flooding started as far back as in June, July. In my constituency, Pru East, as we speak, there are 7 schools that have been totally relocated, not partially. There are 22 communities in Pru East that have been affected. And some of the communities cannot even go back to the original areas. The traditional rulers and the assembly have decided that they should be totally relocated to a new site. The amount of food crops that have been submerged under the flood is so huge that I am scared there's going to be a food shortage in the year ahead. Famine. Houses have been totally destroyed. Routes, roads, bridges have been totally overtaken. You can't even go from one community to the other by road in a number of the areas. So, Mr. Speaker, whereas the minister has addressed most of the issues of the spillage, I believe the issue is bigger than the spillage. It is about flooding of the voter, and VRA has responsibility for the management of the lake. The lake is not just the reservoir or downstream of the dam. Mr. Speaker, in most of the relief efforts, in most of the narratives, the bigger issue of at least 32 constituencies affected by the flooding and the spillage have not been addressed. The health concerns northwards of the dam are huge. Mr. Speaker, I will kindly ask the minister and VRA as well as NADMO to throw their searchlight on areas north of the dam as well. This is not to say our brothers and sisters southwest of the dam should not raise issues. They should. But the issues are bigger than just the spillage. Mr. Speaker, economic effect of the flooding, and we have all been complicit in the flooding. Mr. Speaker, the flooding did not start in 1 year. 2 years ago, the rains...
Your time is getting up, so wind up.
Sorry. 2 years ago, the rains were heavy, and the water did not recede back to its original boundaries.
Last year the same happened, and this year the heavy rains just worsened the issues. So, Mr. Speaker, I will plead that whichever interministerial team, whichever team is being put in place, should look at the total picture and not just half the picture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, from this side. Honorable members, it doesn't mean that if somebody has something to say from this side, no. Yes, honorable member for Tema West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised at my colleagues, and I shudder to understand why they want to refuse me the privilege of standing on my feet and speaking for the people of Tema West. Mr. Speaker, let me first and foremost thank and praise the Minister for coming to the House to appraise us with what has actually transpired in regards to the Volta River and its problems. Mr. Speaker, I'll also go ahead and appease my colleagues here whose constituencies have been affected. I would put my hand on the hearts of our people, my brothers and sisters, fathers in the Volta region or those areas that have been affected. And I dare say that what has happened to them is not something that I wish for even my worst enemy. It is very unfortunate that people will live and spend their whole lifetime savings to, as it were, put up a place of abode, somewhere that they want to put their head when they go on retirement, only to wake up one morning and find it submerged under the sea. I don't think that this was planned. I don't think that this was envisaged. And indeed, for it to happen the way it has happened, it behoves on me and my colleagues on the other side to find ways and means to bring these people who have been affected where they were before this loss occurred. And that is what I want us to think about, the Speaker. But many a time what I hear is blame game, trying to hold VRA responsible, thinking that VRA would not do what they're supposed to do. Mr. Speaker, from where I sit and from what I know, if VRA hadn't taken the decision they took to get us where we are now, and that dam broke, Mr. Speaker, from Akosobo to Tema was going to be submerged underwater. Mr. Speaker, even beyond that, Mr. Speaker, I will repeat that my colleagues or my fathers and mothers and sisters in the areas affected have taken a very big sacrifice. In fact, an involuntary sacrifice, a sacrifice that they did not wish to, as it were, enter into. But they have saved some of us living downstream or living, below the riverbed. The Speaker, we have blindly overlooked what VRA has actually gone through. I don't think the chief executive and his management even do sleep, because they started this exercise by going to educate people who live in these areas. When they realized that the water level was going up, they didn't start this exercise yesterday, Mr. Speaker. This exercise started way back, warning people, telling them what will happen, and so on and so forth. The Speaker, they also started the spillage small, little by little. They started releasing this water in such a way that it wasn't supposed to have, caused this havoc or this mayhem that we are seeing today. But unfortunately, they don't control the rains. They do not have the opportunity to determine how much rains fall into the basin at any particular time. At a particular point, they were overwhelmed. What they had to do was to ensure that they
they release water in such a way that it will not affect those people who are down there. Can you imagine the havoc that would have gone through if this water has broken all the way up to Tema, Harbor, let's say, and found us all underwater? Let's also not forget that over time, since 2010, when we haven't had any spillage of the water now, people have come back to where Mr. Tuya, once I'm running up, they have managed to come back to where they've been warned not to build, or where they were reallocated when the dam was built. Development has come anew, and people have taken over lands which hitherto were reserved for this spilling. So, Mr. Speaker, I would beg of you to act where urge the minister and of course the House. Let us all put our minds together and see how we can help our colleagues who have lost properties and not, apportion blame to people who have done things that have helped Ghana and not the community. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
But you have provided list. So, per the list, let me go to Honorable John Jinapo.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, first of all, let me express my sympathies to the affected communities. And like Dr. Donko said, that spans all the way from the north to the south. And like the majority leader pointed out, I'm surprised that government has decided to form a ministerial committee to look at the spillage of the dam. It is here, it's stated. If you read the information, it says that an interministerial committee has been constituted to address the havoc emanating from the spillage of the dam. And I'm saying that even from day one, when you do that, you are limiting the focus. And I thought that government would have done much, much more. But Mr. Speaker, we are not talking of a sudden spillage. We are talking of a situation where VRA knew that they were crossing the 276 mark. That is the mark. And so today, the minister is in parliament, briefing MPs on the aftermath of the spillage. The first question you ask is that couldn't you have engaged these MPs before the spillage? This is serious. This is cardinal. At least when the MPs move to their communities and they speak to their people, some of them will listen. That should be a simple issue. And then you went there and did a simulation. I never heard of any simulation in my area. I never heard of any simulation. And I never witnessed any simulation. In any case, when you knew you were going to spill the dam, did you create safe havens for them? Which towns were those safe havens created? Because what you do is that once you are going to spill a dam, you create a safe haven so that when people are affected, they can move to those areas. MPs have had to allocate schools for people to go and stay there. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious issue. But even more important is the issue of this perennial flooding. On the 19th of November 2019, President Akufo-Addo cut the sword for the construction of the Pualugu Dam, valued at about $1 billion. We were told that that will be the main solution on the white volta in terms of flooding. Mr. Speaker, when he cut the sword, he promised that in about 4 years, that project will be completed. At the end of this year, the 4 years will be due. I have been there, Mr. Speaker. No activity is taking place. No activity. And so, this issue of providing relief items, that is not the solution to the problem. But even more disturbing, I come from the Central Gonja district today, and this might sound political, but that is a reality. The MPP chairman is the one leading the distribution of the relief items in Bupe. That is the truth. People are using this for political football. And I think that this House should rise above all these issues and deal with the issues the way they ought to be dealt with. Mr. Speaker, finally, I would appeal.
Hold on. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, we know the rules governing the business on the table now. I would plead with my respected colleague to withdraw that aspect of his submission to the effect that it is an MPP chairman who is sharing relief items. Mr. Speaker, earlier the position had been that nothing at all had been done in the constituency, and now it is changed to an MPP chairman. I hold a view that, in the words of the then acting leader, this is a sensitive matter. It is of national character, unquote. Shall we therefore focus on this matter and construct our submissions in these lines? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, this is indeed a serious matter.
Hold on.
And, okay. Mr. Speaker, the deputy minority leader, I thought was going to say that that point that was made was factually incorrect or was untrue. But he couldn't say that. You are saying that it's not true. You didn't say that. Please.
Mr. Speaker, this is indeed a serious matter, and I don't take these things lightly. Mr. Speaker, this is a video. A video. This is the MPP chairman. These are the relief items, and the media can capture this. It is here. The media today. I don't come and stand here and just throw out things like that. The speaker might decide to rule me out, but the people of the Central Gonja, they know the truth. And when I rise up and I speak the truth, instead of him to support me so that I will do the right thing, he says that what I'm saying is not the truth. You think I'll come and sit here and conjecture? You think I'll come and sit here and peddle falsehood? That is not John Jinapo. At least you are my friend. You know I won't do that. So when I raise this issue, it's a key issue. It's a very key issue. So, Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with an issue where we are pleading that when it comes to the distribution of these items, we should not politicize them.
Your time is almost up.
Mr. Speaker, on this note, I'll just end it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is the House of Records. Mr. Speaker, in an attempt to defend his stance, Mr. Speaker, all he did was to show us a picture of somebody standing somewhere with certain items behind the person. Mr. Speaker,
it's a pure conjecture.
Please, with the greatest respect, we know the rules. Would my respected colleague withdraw that aspect of his submission? It is only fair. That's why I'm making an application to the Speaker. It doesn't warrant the shout. Mr. Speaker, we know, for the avoidance of doubt, I will go back to the rules.
The honourable member is prepared to tender in the video evidence. It is very clear. And so there is nothing to argue here about. He has backed it up with the video evidence and he is prepared to present it to this House. There is no point in arguing.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the statement you admitted, which statement came from the minister, was admitted on the strength of Order 72. Mr. Speaker, the rule requires of us to make comments within the confines of that statement. That's exactly what our rule says.
So you are not to introduce new matters, controversial issues, Mr. Speaker, bring matters of factual inaccuracies, Mr. Speaker. And if we allow this to stay in the record, Mr. Speaker, it will amount to giving, Mr. Speaker, an open check to any member to stand here to say anything merely by showing us a picture. Mr. Speaker, today he has that liberty in this house. Tomorrow he may not be a member of parliament and somebody will be a member of parliament saying certain things about him. He will not have a right of audience to immediately respond. The man you claim to be doing what you claim he did is not in this chamber to defend himself. Meanwhile, you do not have such evidence to support that claim. Mr. Speaker, I have made an application to you. Your duty is to consider the application to either, Mr. Speaker, dismiss it or uphold. I am inviting you to uphold it because I am fortified by the rules. When he was given the opportunity, he could not factually prove that indeed the man was distributing relief items instead of an official of NADMO. Mr. Speaker, so Mr. Speaker, I leave it to you to get the record, that aspect of the submission expunged from the records.
Motion. Mr. Speaker, I humbly ask that you outrightly reject his proposal because the honourable member has not only spoken, but he has backed it up with evidence, clear evidence, and he's prepared to tender it into this house, please.
Mr. Speaker, he says that.
Are you withdrawing it?
No, I want to. If Mr. Speaker, it's up to you if you direct me to, I will. But I just want to give. Mr. Speaker, the deputy majority leader says that I spoke about things off the discussion. The minister is here. He spoke about relief items. Did the minister not talk about relief items? I think you would exercise patience, majority leader. So when I talk about the distribution of relief items in my constituency, and I raise a problem, it's a legitimate problem, Mr. Speaker. But in winding up, Mr. Speaker, he says I did not show evidence. I did not just show a photo. You are not watching. And next time, please pay attention. I showed a video. A video. Is here. The video. Now, Mr. Speaker, beyond this, Mr. Speaker, beyond this, Mr. Speaker, he says, where is the video? This is the video. This is the video. This is the video. Is here. This is the video. Instead of you to support us to do the right thing, you are showing.
Honorable member, it's true. The minister.
On this note, Mr. Speaker, I'm fortified by the truth, and I speak nothing but truth to power. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect to my colleagues, whilst I was walking in, I saw some school children who had just left the gallery. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the minister presented a statement for us to bringing the House up to speed about the unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister presented a statement bringing the House up to speed about what I call force majeure, natural disaster in the Volta region. Mr. Speaker, I want us to communicate to the world what exactly our practices in this plenary are. Was the statement made for us to debate it or for us to contribute? Because clearly, Mr. Speaker, from where I sit, the comments coming is
contributing also. Honorable member, Honorable Okuyoto, you will get the opportunity to speak. He is on the floor, please.
Mr.
Why?
Speaker, my
Honorable,
colleague,
why is he out of? That's the way he sees it. So,
Mr. Speaker, I rephrase, but I will want to inform my colleague that he is not a speaker and he cannot direct me what to do. It's becoming one too many of him. Honorable Kujetu is becoming one too many of him. He doesn't direct me how to speak.
Honorable Minister, just address me.
Mr. Speaker, I rephrase.
Honorable members, let's take time. You.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable, come again. What did you say?
Mr. Speaker, he has not cut your eye.
Hold on, I'm coming. What did you say?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I need your direction respectfully. Is the Honourable Minister suggesting that Honourable MPs cannot raise a point of order? That is what I got up to do. Which is very much within our rules. And then, he goes on a tirade, launching a personal attack.
Honourable Member, I didn't allow you to speak.
Yes. So I just.
You wanted to come on point of order, but I didn't allow you.
Yes. So it's not on the record. So why is he speaking on the record and going after my person?
Honourable Member, I asked you to sit down. You will get your time.
Yes.
So probably the minister.
He's totally out of order, Mr. Speaker.
I've asked him to address me. Minister,
just focus on me on record. On the record.
Minister, just address me, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
What?
Right, Honourable Speaker, I should be allowed to speak. The Minister of Energy was summoned to this House on the strength of Order 72. Mr. Speaker, any member who is to comment on that statement must speak briefly on those facts. There was no mention by the Minister of Energy of a natural disaster. And he spoke, he made a statement about natural disaster. The honourable member was drawing his attention, and then he went on a tangent and attacking his personality.
But honourable leader, if you are drawing my attention, you should catch my eye. I should call you before you speak.
I agree completely.
Is that not the order?
I agree completely. But I'm saying that, please. Mr. Speaker, I agree completely. But the honourable member, the honourable minister that I respect so much, knows that this is not a reason to attack a member of parliament the way he did. Especially on the record.
Well. Honourable Minister, if you can just
Mr. Speaker, while I rephrase to the disaster, may I also say that I have not attacked Honourable Okujeto. I only made an observation of he trying to interrupt me when I'm speaking without catching your eye, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all I was trying to say is that this unfortunate incident has happened. The minister has presented a statement. I was expecting us to contribute to it meaningfully so we can find a way out. But clearly, it appears as if we are debating the statement that was ably made by the minister. And there are people who have come into the gallery to observe parliamentary proceedings. Mr. Speaker, I want to be guided whether this statement is up for debate or is for contribution. Thank you very much.
Well. It's only that there's a thin line on this particular issue, but it's contribution. We are contributing to the statement of the minister. So we have had one here and one here. So come on, I think the minister came on point of order. Yes, Minister.
The Speaker, with the greatest respect, the intervention of the regional minister certainly was not a contribution. He wanted to seek your indulgence to bring us back on track. That's all that he said. And indeed, the intervention by the Honorable Okujeto, the point of order, and so on. He should know that it is not a debate. You can only seek a point of order when the House is debating a matter. We are not debating. So you cannot come on a point of order. The Speaker, respectfully, let's come back, because this is a very serious business before us. So I think the last person to have contributed was the Honorable Jinapo. Let it come to this other side, then we move on.
Yes. Let me go to Abuakwa North. Abuakwa North. Honorable Gifty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I commend the Minister for Energy for the detailed presentation he has made to us. Because when this spillage occurred, there were too many misinformation to the public and too many politicizations that we couldn't access the issue as it is or as it was. And with the contribution of Honorable Donko, it gave us also a wider understanding of the issues and why they happened. I was a bit traumatized when Minister for Energy said that volumes of water the Volta River was expected, according to weather forecast, exceeded for about 74%. It means, logically, by courtesy or due to global warming, we're receiving too much rains than what we expect, than any other institution or human being could budget.
Honorable Minister, are you talking about the height?
I'm talking about the volumes of water.
The volume of water?
Yes.
But, well, I thought he didn't use percentage.
He used percentage. He said 74%.
Well, well. Well,
as
yes, proceed.
So, Honorable Speaker, it means that the issue that happened, it is not due to inefficiencies of the VRM management. Again, because it's a natural phenomenon and nobody could predict, I plead to the House that let's consider what has happened more nationalistic than the way we're trying to tackle it. Because of the publications that we gave in the media and the way we took sight, it was supposed that it only affected only the districts downstream the Volta River. But then, from Honorable Donko, the effect is even higher up the Volta Dam than we thought they are. Again, by Honorable Jinapo, talking about the chairman for LPP in Savannah distributing relief items. Many people have distributed relief items, and I empathize with the MPs who are in these areas, especially down the Volta and that of the Greater Accra and Eastern regions. MPs had to mobilize some relief items for their constituents. So the fact that any individual is given the relieving items doesn't necessarily mean that it's from government or from NADMO. So please, our friends that you have been affected badly by this high rains and that of the spillage, we empathize with you. We know the challenges we're going through. But we plead that let's discuss this in a very national manner so that the technical individuals could access the issues and we know what we need to do. Again, at the heat of these days, we had a number of individuals saying that we should have constructed
let's listen to our sister.
or a dam to store these volumes of waters. Mr. Speaker, if we're being familiar with the terrain, after Kwam, all the lands are flat, and to build a dam, you need a steep gradient, and also suppose you have some rapids before you could build a third dam. So, Mr. Speaker, I appeal to the House that we know some are seriously affected, all their common funds and private monies have gone to get relief for their constituents. Equally, let's all together consider the national issues, all those of us along the border, and do what we could do as a nation to reduce global warming as much as policies, systems, and our efforts could render. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I still commend the Minister for Energy and that of the technical people from Volta River Authority for the way they have managed this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's now come to Honorable Member for Northton, Samuel Kujetu Abrapa.
I'm grateful to you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the Honorable Minister for Energy statement. Mr. Speaker, it is important to put this disaster in perspective. According to NADMO, Mr. Speaker, I have the NADMO records here, as at 24th October 2023. In my constituency, which is the epicenter of this disaster, NADMO reports that 12,633 people have been displaced. 12,633 people have been displaced. According to NADMO, 1,556 houses have been destroyed. 69 communities flooded, submerged in Northton. Persons living with disability, 273 of them affected. 53 schools destroyed, according to NADMO. And Mr. Speaker, this has led to 21 displaced camps. I have consciously refused to use the terminology safe haven, because if you go to those displaced camps, it cannot be a haven, and there's nothing safe about it. Imagine losing everything you have worked for your entire life. And you are thrown into a congested classroom. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, 5 weeks, and people are living in classrooms. Classrooms without washrooms, without toilets, without kitchens, no beds, and they call them safe havens. They find a nice terminology so they can paper over the real issues. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of records. There are two things the Honorable Minister has said, which this House must not allow to go unchallenged per our records. We are told that before VRA officials spilled, members of parliament were consulted, were part of the stakeholders consulted. I can speak for myself. I was never invited to any meeting. I was never consulted. I was never invited to any meeting. I challenge the minister to provide one name, one member of parliament who was consulted, who attended any meeting regarding this village. In the affected areas, my colleagues are here. Not a single member of parliament. Not one. Look, we have had enough. We are down. We are traumatized. We have lost everything. The last thing we will countenance are blatant falsehoods. We will not accept it. Another falsehood is that VRA is sharing relief items and that members of parliament have received their share. When? Which member of parliament has received shares of relief items? And such a dangerous statement for our constituents to now come after us, to come after us. As I speak, as Member of Parliament for Northton, the most affected constituency, no VRA official has given me relief items.
Not even a grain of rice.
Not a grain of rice, not a bottle of oil. No Member of Parliament. If you have sent something to a district assembly or you have done your direct distribution, say so. Say so. Say you have done your direct distribution. Don't come to Parliament. Don't come to Parliament.
Honorable members, you will get the opportunity to speak. Please.
This is a House of Records. Don't come and say members of Parliament have received their share of relief items. So constituents will start calling us. You've never disclosed, you've never told us that you are keeping relief items from VRA. Where is our share? Do you know the implication of statements like that? Mr. Speaker, I am also totally appalled that in this entire statement, there has been no mention of resettlement. How long are my people going to live in schools? Look, the inhumanity, the indignity, Mr. Speaker, pardon me, the indignity that people are suffering, are going through. 85-year-olds, 95-year-olds, we all have mothers, grandmothers. Those of us here, will we accept to live in a classroom even for 2 hours, for 3 hours? Why is it taking government so long to announce a resettlement policy for those affected whose houses have been destroyed to be resettled? There has been no mention of compensation. Mr. Speaker, imagine losing everything you have.
Honourable member,
your shop, your livestock, everything you have worked for. No talk of compensation. How long are my people going to live in classrooms? And as long as these so-called safe havens, nothing safe, no haven about them,
Honourable member, your time is...
Education is affected. The children can't have their schools back. So, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about a catastrophe, a humanitarian crisis. And some people think they can make light of this issue, put out falsehoods and concoctions, and make light of these matters. Mr. Speaker, this is not a natural disaster. Before they opened the dam, why didn't they make sure that people were evacuated?
Honourable member, your
why
time
didn't they
is
make
up.
sure that people were evacuated to safe places?
Honourable member,
You just opened the dams and
your
people
time
ended up
is
in
up.
classrooms.
Honourable member, your time is up.
Let us respect human dignity. Let's
Honourable member, your time is up.
violating the rights of people. We will not accept that.
Honourable Samuel Kujoto, your time is up. Yes. Let me come to Honourable member from Prayeso first. I'll come to you. Minister, I'll come to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can understand the passion to which my colleagues on the other side will speak. But, Mr. Speaker, disasters do happen. Disasters do happen. But your response that you give to these disasters is what matters in times of crisis. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side are creating the impression that this government has been irresponsive to the issues that are happening in Saklan, that are happening along the Volta line. Mr. Speaker, clearly, they admit that government agencies, government officials, quasi-government persons have been in their constituencies and distributed items. My brother Blackwell is creating the impression that the VRA has not even distributed any item in his constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am saying that...
Honourable leader, why don't you allow the contribution to flow? Honourable leader, please, let's allow the contribution to...
Are you the speaker?
So, Mr. Speaker,
we must only speak to the statement as presented by the minister, and just make comments on the statement made. The honourable member just started off By going after the Honorable Okujeto, he has not issued a statement. A statement was made by the minister, and you are expected to make comments.
Honorable
Read
leader.
comments. Order 72.
Honorable
Read
leader.
comments.
Honorable leader. Honorable members, please.
72.
Honorable leaders. Honorable leaders.
No, you should read the order. Read the order. It's totally out of order. Read order. You know.
Honorable leader.
He should call the order. If you know the rules, he should call the order. Which order? What 71? Read it. Read it and listen.
First of all, I don't take instructions from you. I take instructions from the minister. And I was trying when I said,
Honorable leader, are you listening to him? Have I called you to read anything? Honorable members, please, we have a lot of activities to do today. Let's allow the contributions to flow so that we can put this behind us. Honorable member from Preso, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is that anybody who wants to claim that this government is not responding to the issues as we are witnessing is clearly engaged in some falsehood, and it's important that we do that. Mr. Speaker, the NADMO authorities issued a statement, and they are applying what they have distributed so far. Over 1,000 bags of maize have been distributed along communities affected in the Volta Lake. Mr. Speaker, indeed, Mr. Speaker, indeed, it is on record. And if you visit Honorable Okujeto Blackwell's Facebook wall, the finance minister and officials from the Volta River Authority visited his constituency.
And he received it.
And he received items. It was the person leading the charge. So to now make claim that VRA has not done anything, for me, is falsehood. But Mr. Speaker, I sit on the VRA.
Honorable member.
Yes,
Honorable member. Honorable member.
Yes.
Why? You just spoke. I mean, you have.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed. The Minister for Education has visited his constituency, and he did not go there alone. He did not go there with empty arms. The items that he submitted are items from the government. So to say that he has not, in fact, is my brother now denying that the finance minister has not visited his constituency, and that when the finance minister came to his constituency, he did not give him many items. So we should not engage in falsehood. In fact, it is on record that last week I mentioned, and we have some members of the NDC sitting on the Volta River Resettlement Fund. VRA has released an amount of 2.86 million to the resettlement fund for these purposes. And next, just tomorrow, what? Tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, the board is meeting on this matter. The board is meeting on this matter.
Honorable Okujeto, you hold on. You made your contribution, and the contribution was to the fact that the minister made reference to the fact that members of parliament have been receiving NADMO at staff, and you have not received anything. So you have already made your statement.
No, but
he is also saying something.
It's important.
Honorable Okujeto, please. I give you a lot of respect.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, please contribute and let's finish it.
I have not received anything from the finance minister. I have not. The minister of finance visited my constituency. I have not received anything from him. This is a house of record. I will not accept you lying on me. These are blatant lies.
Honorable Okujeto, are you respecting the chair?
Mr. Speaker, you know I have enormous respect for you.
Please, I haven't called you. Just resume your seat.
We can also accept it.
Fine, that is fine. You resume your seat. Hey, honorable members, why?
He will not withdraw it. You made a statement, he's made a statement. You made a statement, he's made a statement. He doesn't have to withdraw it.
Honorable Samuel Kujoku. Why?
Thank you very much.
So you don't respect the chair?
Mr. Speaker, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, I can understand, Mr. Speaker, I can understand why other constituencies are complaining. Like me, the finance minister has not visited my constituency. Donations were not done in my constituency. Minister of Education has not visited my constituency. Minister of Energy has not visited my constituency. So when I sit here and I complain, yes, I may be justified. But in Northcom, it is clear, it is visible. We see it on TV, we see it on Facebook, that people are visiting his constituencies and he's receiving items. You know, Mr. Speaker, perhaps...
Honourable member, your time is getting up.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps what we need to do, Mr. Speaker, what we need to do is to have a centralized body that is receiving these items and distributing the items to every constituency. People are affected in my place. People are affected in Northcom.
Honourable member,
not just Northcom.
Honourable member from Breso. Thank you.
Speaker, please.
Honourable members,
Speaker,
please. Then we cannot finish.
I need to make this point clearly. This is where we are, Mr. Speaker of the Assembly. A minister of state may make an announcement or a statement of government policy. Any such announcement or statement should be limited to the facts which is deemed necessary to make known to the House, and should not be designed to provoke debate. Any member may make brief comments. Mr. Speaker, we should be sure that the honourable members will speak to the comments without provoking debate and spew lies. Frankly, that's not acceptable.
Leader, that is all right. Thank you. So please, no. I'm not giving any. Honourable member for South Dai, Honourable Dafiamapo, it is your time.
Mr. Speaker, let the record be clear. The Honourable Okujato Ablako has not been given any relief item by the finance minister. Let the record be clear.
Honourable member, he himself has said that. He himself said the minister said relief items are being given to the members of parliament, and he said he has not received anybody. So he's already made that thing clear. That is somebody's assertion. So, Honourable Dafiamapo, this is your time. Please take the floor.
I'll demand it.
Hold on. He must be
Honourable.
No, Mr. Speaker.
I haven't called you, Honourable Okujoto. I haven't called you. Honourable Okujoto Ablakwa. Sit down. You sit down.
Read the item.
Honourable Opoku Evans, don't Davis. Don't. Why are you telling him not to withdraw? Let's have
Mr.
the question. Yes, he's saying he hasn't received anything.
The name of the game was evidence. In fact, when my senior colleague from Yape was talking, he showed a video. Mr. Speaker, today, on the 27th of October, today we received a delegation from the Ministry of Finance and the VRA, led by the Finance Minister Ken Foriata.
today.
Who received?
Kojo Okujeto Ablakwa. Okujeto Ablakwa. This is the evidence, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, in fact, for Mr. Speaker,
does he understand delegation?
Honorable member for
what's wrong with this guy?
Honorable Okujeto.
Delegation and relief items are the same. Delegation and relief items are the same. Delegation and relief items are the same.
You'll be given
a member of parliament.
You sit down. You resume your seat. Resume your seat. Honorable Jafia Mapo, let's have you.
No, Mr. Speaker, the allegation against me is specific that I received relief items from the finance minister. I have never received any relief items.
Were you not there when the delegation came?
No.
When you weren't there.
So when the delegation?
The finance minister met me later when at the Deba with chiefs at the Sankizito camp, where there was no presentation. He had, according to media reports, he had done the presentation earlier with the district assembly.
But I don't get you.
I wasn't there.
I don't get you.
DC's office. I
Is it
wasn't
about
there.
you or is it about your people?
I was not there.
Is it about you or your people?
And nothing has been given to me
personally. In your constituency, you are receiving.
Nothing has been given to me
personally. In your constituency,
you know what you are doing.
And you are denying
it. You know you are being mischievous.
Thank you for
you know you are
that.
being satanic.
Thank you for
you know what you are doing.
Thank you for admitting.
I have personally not received
I won't take this lightly. So Blackburn could never be a satanic.
He knows what he's doing.
Have you described me as satanic?
I have not received.
Mr. Speaker, I will not take this lightly.
I have not received any relief
item. It won't happen in this table. Get him to return.
Now delegation is the same as relief item.
It cannot personal to you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Hey, I'm not member. Why?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker, please, if I may.
Honorable Minister, hold on. Honorable, my ruling is that it should stand.
Yes. Yeah.
Honorable Sabdai. What the friend said, a member said should stand.
That I receive relief items.
He said a team visited including
That's not what he said. No, he said I have personally received relief items from the finance minister. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter. My chiefs and people, the displaced persons, are going to come and ask the items you receive from the finance minister. Where is it? These are serious allegations, which we cannot take it lightly. I have never received any item from the finance minister. I've never. Receiving a delegation is not the same as receiving relief items. I have never received relief items, as he stated. I've never received relief items. He said, as MP, me personally, I have received relief items.
Honorable members,
I never did.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
So resume your seat.
Honorable Okujeto began by accusing the Minister for Energy for peddling falsehood. Mr. Speaker, that's where we should begin from. He accused a Minister of State of peddling falsehood before Parliament. That's where he began from. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minister, hold on. Honorable Minister,
the Honorable Minister is giving evidence to show that the Minister did not peddle falsehood. Mr. Speaker, that is the crux of the matter. Honorable Okujeto to begin from where he threw the first accusation. He made the first accusation.
You are allowing the minister to hijack
now it is been established that the Minister for Energy, in fact,
you cannot call your people to order. We cannot allow this to continue.
When you find the minister and you are in a glass house, you have to watch it. The Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa himself
take a lesson from has made the statement clearly
he never against the Minister for Energy. And so the statement is Mr. Speaker, I have a concern. I am wondering why a member of parliament
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that this indeed is an avoidable.
Honorable OPK. What?
Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that this situation is avoidable. Is avoidable. The member for Northton made a categorical statement that he has not received any relief items on behalf of his constituents. On behalf of his constituents. And went on further to say that no member of parliament has received any relief items. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, he has made those categorical statements. Now, he is insisting that he has not received any items. We can deal with that. We can deal with that. The Speaker, from VRA, the minister, whoever, he says he has not received any relief items. That is exactly what I've said. So why are you saying I should quote you properly? It's exactly what you said here. That you have not received any relief items on behalf of your constituents from VRA, the Minister of Finance, and any other body. That's what you have said. The Speaker, he then went on to say that no member of parliament on that side of the divide has received anything, any relief items. The Speaker, whereas, and then we have seen some pictures. In those pictures, clearly and sincerely, I have not seen the Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa. If he's dealing with his own matter, let him insist. He cannot. And then he says that the member was saying that out of mischief. The Speaker, it turns out that yes, some members have even signed to receiving items. So why should he say that the statement has been made out of mischief? The Speaker, that is why I'm saying that he can make the distinction, because we put the two together. We said you have not received and no member of parliament has received. You made that categorical statement here. So I'm saying that whereas you may be right on one leg of it, clearly on the other leg you are totally wrong. And so you cannot impugn the integrity of the state of the maker of the statement. Mr. Speaker, so I'm saying that if he is insisting that he has not personally received any item, we can deal with that. We can deal with that. But as I'm saying, he cannot, on the floor of this house, insist that no member of parliament on the other side has received any relief item. And that's why I'm saying that those two statements, we should make a distinction. If it relates to him, let's deal with it. But the other one that he made, he went further to make about members of parliament not having received anything, clearly, it's untrue. It's untrue. The record is here. They have assented to it. They received and signed. So that is a palpable untruth. But I'm saying that if it relates to him, and he is saying that he has not received any certain, let's deal with it. And if it is for that he wants the member to retract, the Speaker, we can deal with that. Whereas the other one, he would also have to retract, because that is also an untruth. So, Mr. Speaker, I think because this is a serious statement, I will call on you Mr. Speaker, in the matter relating to the member, the honorable member who made a statement,
Davis Opoku, Empress
Opoku, relating to the honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, who is insisting that he has not received any such relief items on behalf of his constituency. The member could be asked to retract. Mr. Speaker, however, the other statement that Okujeto Ablakwa honorable also made, that no member of parliament has received any such thing, he should also retract, and they will make progress. So, Mr. Speaker, if you may call on the honorable Davis Opoku, so that we make progress.
I think it balances it. Honorable Davis Opoku is not here, so I will direct that the records show. Yeah, Davis, come and withdraw that statement. With respect to Okujoto, he is insistent that he hasn't received it. But Honorable Okujoto, you cannot also speak on behalf of other members, because some of the members might have received relief items. They have. So some of the members have received. So you will also make that statement to collect that particular portion. You cannot speak on behalf of all of them.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader, I will invite you, but let Davis come and do that so that we move on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, if I do not have evidence, this is a House of Records, I will never speak. I represent the people of Impriso constituency. If the Minister of Finance and the VRA authorities come to my constituency to distribute items, it is as good as I have received them. Mr. Speaker, indeed, Mr. Speaker, indeed. Ablakwa in his statement, in fact, in his post statement, has indicated that indeed when the Finance Minister and VRA visited him in his constituency, they distributed items. Why?
Honorable Davis, we've already gone past this. Please, just in respect of Okujoto, just withdraw that.
While I want to do that, nobody should describe me as crazy. He cannot describe me as satanic. He is a double devilish person if he wants to describe me as satanic. And Mr. Speaker, until he withdraws that statement, I am an honorable member of this house. I represent my people. My people are affected. If I take the opportunity to speak, I get the opportunity to speak, and I express myself and describe me as satanic. Then, Mr. Speaker, is an exponential satanic person in this house.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Kyoto.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we all know Satan is the king of lies. When you state emphatically that I have received items personally, now you have been exposed. You are now beating around the bush that he went and gave items to constituents. Does that mean a personal donation to me? You have clearly been exposed.
Honorable Samuel, please.
Justifying the terminology I use. Mr. Speaker, on the second leg of my submission, I stated, I gave a preamble that I was speaking for myself, that I have not received any items. And I also talked about, and then I added that MPs on this side. But since the majority leader is saying that he has some evidence which challenges what I have said in terms of the second part about MPs on this side having not received relief items, I haven't seen the evidence, but I'm willing for the debate to flow to concede on that. On the second aspect, I respectfully concede, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, let's take cue from what has just happened. Everybody, if you get opportunity, please, let's table records, please, let's expunge that aspect from the records. So, Honorable
satanic.
I go here, come back.
The satanic. Mr. Speaker, I will.
Honorable members, it is now the time for, before we come here, it's what? Point of order. Oh, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When Honorable Kuyetua Ablakwa was speaking, we are all honorable members in this house. How can you be using words like, are you crazy, satanic in our presence, and expect us to accept this from him and not explain member of the house?
Honorable member.
Is that what we are bringing? Is that the kind of standards we are lowering this house to?
Honorable Kuyetua.
It's totally unacceptable. We must withdraw.
Honorable, did you say that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, he used the word satanic on me. You are a liar. Ablakwa, you are a liar. Ablakwa, you are a liar. You are a big liar.
It's okay, Honorable Subin. Honorable Kuyetua, did you say that?
No, I didn't say that. I'm surprised at what he said.
Honorable members. Personally, I didn't hear that. But records, please, if there's. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that we maintain order in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, yes, colleagues may have made certain statements that is clearly unparliamentary. Mr. Speaker, from both sides. It is only right that this is House of Records, Mr. Speaker. If it's indeed league did not receive an item, it is only right that the colleague clarifies the position. Mr. Speaker, because it has consequences. Consequences to the extent that it can affect him as a parliament. Mr. Speaker, on that basis, probably in expressing his concern about what may have been said by the other colleague, maybe he may have made certain statements that is non-parliamentary. Mr. Speaker, I urge him to withdraw whatever he may have said wrong. And then also, Mr. Speaker, the other colleague who alleged and made a statement that is clearly not the case must also withdraw. And then, Mr. Speaker, we can make some progress.
Leader, we've done all those things. We've gone through this. The latest allegation is that Honorable Kuyetua said. But please, on records, if he did say that, please expunge it from the records. And let's move on. Very well. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, the
Honorable, I didn't call you. But I haven't called you. Honorable member for Subin. He is saying he didn't say that. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, the Honorable Kuyetua Ablakwa, is insisting that he didn't use those words. I heard him even use the phrase that the minister was peddling falsehood. That is very offensive. Very offensive. That's very offensive. Mr. Speaker, when I was relating to the statement that he made, I said that statement really is an untruth. I will not charge the Honorable Kuyetua as peddling lies in this house. I will not charge him for that. I have it here. Because that is unparliamentary. So if you perceive what the minister has said as an untruth, you can say that. You can relate to that. But to say that the minister is peddling falsehoods, that really is unparliamentary. But Mr. Speaker, we must make progress. We must make progress. We must make progress. He has said that he didn't say so. If he is saying that he didn't say so, one would want to perhaps look at the Hansard. But that's going to take time. And the fact that he said that he never said so, the Speaker, let it be so. In which case, if he said so and used those offensive language, the Speaker, I'll plead with you to cause those words to be expunged from the Hansard. Thank you.
Thank you, leader. I've already done that. That those words, if indeed he did say that, should be expunged from records. So, honorable members who are here to contribute, please take heed. Let's focus on the statement. So, honorable Dafiamapo, you have 3 minutes.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, let me anchor on the minister's statement by referring the House to Section 11, subsection 1, B, C, and subsection 2 of Act 46. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, let me read. Flow of water and flooding. That's the head note. Section 11, subsection 1 is to the effect that the authority shall control the dam to prevent, so far as is practicable, the level of the lake from rising to a height greater than 280 feet above mid-sea level.
That's the law.
And of course, I'm reading the law. And B, Mr. Speaker, the flow of water past the dam as may cause flooding downstream from the dam above the levels which were normal preceding the construction of the dam. Then 11.2 is the effect that the authorities shall take reasonable measures to give warning of possible flooding from the lake or from the river water downstream of the dam. Mr. Speaker, let me demonstrate how VRA was negligent in this matter. As of December 31st, 2022, and I'm happy they are here, their own statistics says that the water levels in the dam was 277.12 feet as of last year. So by January this year, VRA had always known that the water level in the dam was at its fullest. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, I am making comments. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, as I'm on my feet, the water level as recorded by VRA in the lake is 276.97. After 1.5 months of spillage, the water level is still doing nearly 277 feet. The maximum water level in the dam is 278. So it's mind-boggling why VRA will sit down for the dam to fill from its minimum water level of 240 feet to 250 to 260 to 270 and to nearly 278 before the spill. And those of us upstream, if Okudjato's Mefe is the epicenter downstream, my South in Germany is the epicenter upstream. Nearly 22 communities under the loss. The famous Germany market is gone. I have over 5,000 people affected. I have roads that have been inundated that people from one community cannot travel to the next because the water has taken over the road. These are extremely serious matters that ought not to be trivialized. Schools have been affected. health centers, hospitals, clinics have been affected. So we are a people in distress. And I think that it is important that some attention is paid us. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we want to find out from VRA at what level is water spill from the dam when water levels are attained. We want to know. I am making comments because the minister has come to say, the minister has come to tell the house that, hold on, the minister has said that spillage is the last resort. Did you listen to him? He said spillage is the last resort. So I want to find out from VRA, those of us who live by the lake, that if you want to spill, at what point do you spill as regards the level of inflow? We want to know. And it is also important that we put on record that about 32 other districts and constituencies that straddle the lake upstream are affected. Apart from the money referred to the energy minister, that VRA as the statutory body in charge of managing the dam and water levels has put in, there's nothing from central government. There's nothing from central government in respect of this matter. And as a person in distress and my people that I speak for, I am asking why. Why is the central government not putting any money towards these matters? So if VRA hasn't made profit, hasn't got anything in the vote, does it mean central government would have made any allocations? So it is important. And I also didn't hear the energy minister speak about the complex nature of the spillage. The spill didn't come from Akosombo directly. The spill, Akosombo spilled into Pong. They should have told us the capacity of Pong. It is Pong that spilled that affected matters downstream. Mainly. I didn't hear anything about that. And it is very important that these matters are put into perspective.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
Speaker, let me conclude by saying that the call by the Right Honourable Speaker last week that there should be a full-blown parliamentary inquiry into this matter is founded and clearly demonstrated. There must be inquiry because somebody was negligent. The water levels in the dam for this year has always been around 277 feet. So if the decision was taken late in spilling, we ought to know who delayed the decision, and the appropriate sanction must be applied. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honourable members, the time has gone beyond 2. So let me indulge you to allow me to extend sitting beyond the normal hours. So let me invite the Deputy Minister for Energy.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement that was ably made by my boss, the Energy Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that this calamity that befell our brothers in the the Volta region and parts of Greater Accra region and Eastern region, of course, those upstream, has been treated the way that it has been this afternoon. Sitting here, I'm really saddened that this statement that is comprehensive, that captures the entirety of the issues from what it is that transpired, the history, and the rationale for what VRA did, has been turned into a banter between colleague members of parliament. Indeed, I had the privilege of accompanying His Excellency the President when he visited the site and flying over the affected communities. I was really touched that a necessary activity that the VRA had to undertake has caused such harm to our compatriots. Mr. Speaker, I hear words like negligence. I hear words like this is not a natural disaster. And I wonder as to whether we want to speak to the facts or we only want to be sensational about the issues for something other than what the reality is. Because, Mr. Speaker, if the rains hadn't come, which is not man-made, the water level in the dam would not have risen to the point where VRA had to spill in the first place.
Logical.
So that in itself tells all of us that this is an act of nature. Obviously, VRA, like my good friend from North Dai said, South Dai, they monitor the inflows into the dam on a daily basis. And they have a projection as to what level that the water gets to that then triggers any spilling activity. Speaker, if you heard the Honorable Minister's statement, he was quite clear that historically spilling has taken place after August. Why? Because that is when you are in a position to assess the impact of the rainfall throughout the year to make a determination whether the dam will be at risk of breaking or that you wouldn't have sufficient enough water to use for the subsequent year. So these things are based on science and data that the VRA then evaluates to then make a determination as to whether they ought to spill or not. So I will urge my colleague members on the other side, especially MPs from the communities that were affected, that let cool heads prevail. And let's look at the issues dispassionately and look at how we can avert these things going forward. Because if you listen to the minister quite clearly, so the VRA has paused the spilling on October 30th. Why? Because we don't know what the rainfall pattern is going to look like going forward. All the projections that were given by local and foreign agencies responsible for predicting the rainfall pattern was not consistent with regular pattern. We all know that we are in an era where global climate change is happening all over the world. New York City is flooding at a point when the U.S. Metro Agency had predicted El Nino, which meant that it was going to be drought. But it rained and it flooded. So I will urge my colleagues on the other side. This is a sad matter. I feel for my compatriots who are affected, and I will urge that we take our time in making our contribution to this matter. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we are told that all the requisite steps that VRA's emergency preparedness plan provides was followed to the letter. The requisite information went down to the appropriate agencies. District assemblies were informed. NADBO was informed.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Member of the Speaker, as I conclude, we should take our time and think through whether the unfortunate spillage that has affected some compatriots of ours and the alternative of allowing the dam to break and allowing 150 billion cubic meters of water to spill.
Minister, thank you very much.
Off from the face of this earth everything between Akosombo and Tema. Thank you very much.
Minister, thank you. Thank you. It is now the turn of Joycelyn Tete.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This incident is very new to some of us. This is the first time that an incident like this has happened in my constituency. I want to firstly acknowledge the former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for his efforts in making sure that when everybody gave up on us.
Hold on. You hold on.
Why do you want to drag a woman? Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance on this matter. This is a statement that came under Order 72, and we are required as members of Parliament to make comments
I'm wondering why, in a situation like this, a list will be given you, which list will limit your call. And then, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of women on their side. So far, they've called 4, only one. Joycelyn, only one woman. Mr. Speaker, they have 3 ladies here. So far, only one.
Honorable leader.
And then why did the minority leader, the deputy minority leader, give you a list of 4 men, only 1 woman?
Honorable leader.
Mr. Speaker,
please.
This is limiting members from commenting. I just want to know, there are more women in this chamber.
Honorable leader.
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your guidance. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your guidance. We are not giving a list. We want Mr. Speaker to freely pick. If you catch his eye, he calls you. But in your case, you are limiting Mr. Speaker. You are limiting Mr. Speaker by giving him a list. It is on a matter. So you have selected members to comment. When the rule requires of us to get up freely, if you catch Mr. Speaker's eye, you are given the opportunity to comment. There are women in this chamber. Salaga South is here. Honorable Nadi,
Leader,
is here.
Leader, it's enough. I've heard you. I've heard you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your guidance.
I've heard you.
Only 1 woman, Joycelyn, only 1 out of 5. Mr. Speaker, the record should speak for itself.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
This is gender propaganda.
Mr. Speaker, I know my colleague just returned from the presidential primaries and he's not happy that Dr. Baumia lost in his constituency. So he's frustrated.
Very.
So he's looking for any opportunity to vent. Then, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Yes, we made a deliberate decision to let those who are most affected to speak. And Honorable Joycelyn is one of those people who is seriously affected. I wish when he got up, he would have been speaking to give her support beyond this chamber to provide relief items. But he decided to go on the same tangent. Guess what? If you look around, you have only 1 lady. You call yourself majority. You have only 1 lady sitting behind you. What about that?
What have you been doing to the women?
You are in a majority. There are more people here. You should be more worried as to why members of the majority don't come to parliament. Be worried about that one. We are more than you. As minority, we are always more than you. Why? Be worried about that as a leader. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, we made a decision. And Honorable Joycelyn will speak. And will speak for the people who are affected. Indeed, you are not affected, so you don't know the essence of what we are doing. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, we took a decision. And Honorable Joycelyn will make her point without interjection from the Deputy Leader.
Well noted. Honorable Joycelyn Tete, you have the floor now. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It's unfortunate that my colleagues from the other side would want to make mockery of something that has really hit the Volta region to this level. My constituency is one of the 32 constituencies. My constituency is one of the 32 constituencies that have been affected. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Sanitation recently had an interview and said money has been released to some people to educate those of us around those areas. And then she doesn't know why we have refused to move from the sites before the spillage or whatever. It's unfortunate that a mother that we all look up to, Honorable Frida Pempe, could make such a comment in a situation where the people that have been involved do not even have food to eat, do not have water to drink. This same contaminated water is what they are drinking from. Mr. Speaker, we have also heard the Deputy Minister for Information saying that they have sent people to the site to go and check if the places are still habitable for them to live in. It's surprising that somebody It's surprising that somebody we can call a mother, this particular minister is also a woman, would say that this man-made disaster has happened. This
Honorable Slaitete, Honorable Paul, please resume your seat.
They have now looked for money and sent people to go and check if the places are still habitable. I want to stand here in this house and tell the whole house that I think this agenda is agenda clear the people that don't vote for us.
You are not catching my eye.
That is what they are up to. If it is not, I don't see the reason why the president of Ghana could go with his entourage to the Volta region and go and make such a comment that I wouldn't have been here if it wasn't Ghanaian saying go and see the people. And then you come to the Parliament of Ghana and we hear ministers and other members of Parliament saying that this is not as if we are exaggerating.
Honorable, you hold on. Yes, Honorable Slaitete, let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we should be guided by the rules of this House. To the extent that the Honorable Minister for Energy has made a statement and we are to make comments on that statement. What she said, attacking and impugning the integrity of the Honorable Minister for Sanitation, who is not in this House. This is most unfortunate, and she should be called to withdraw that. So please, this is the most unfortunate statement coming from her. Please.
So Sly, what are you demanding from the chair?
Speaker, I demand that she withdraw that statement. And the most unfortunate of all, that is a deliberate attempt to deprive them of people voting for them. That is the most unfortunate part I want her to withdraw.
I haven't called you. Leader, I haven't called you. Leader, I haven't called you. Honorable Leader, Honorable Joyce, I was trying to protect you, but if you hit below the belt, please, just quickly. 3 times. So, Honorable Joyce, just do away with that aspect.
Which one? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Leader, let's allow her to. No, I've asked her to withdraw, so let's give.
Mr. Speaker, I'm totally lost. I don't know what I'm supposed to withdraw this stuff to.
It's like Tete who came on order of point of order, and he demanded that the Honorable Joyce Tete made a statement that impugned the integrity of the Minister for Sanitation. So I am asking the Honorable Member to just withdraw. So I don't see the. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, with respect, there are 2 things I want to draw your attention to. 1, in her opening statement, she said that our side is making a mockery of the situation there. 2, she again contended that in this situation, the attitude of governments is to the effect, and quote, that their agenda clear those who don't vote for us. Quote, agenda clear those who don't vote for us, unquote. Mr. Speaker, nothing can be less serious than this. Maybe she can make a point forcefully and express dissatisfaction which will be within her right as a member of parliament. Because he who feels it knows it. If there's a situation in your constituency, you are the best person to describe it. It's a right bona fide. It cannot be taken away from you. But to the extent that you say, Mr. Speaker, that the government has an agenda, clear those who don't vote for us. Mr. Speaker, with respect, it demands a withdrawal and an apology. Mr. Speaker, that this side of the house making mockery of a disaster, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is on record as saying that we outside our caucus mobilizations, we are donating 150,000 to this matter. Mr. Speaker, yesterday on my own feet here, I made a pledge to get something for our honorable colleague Doyo, who, Mr. Speaker, we had to vary order of business. We had to vary order of business to allow her to make the statement, and we all contributed. Again, I sought the leave of the majority leader to pledge a further 50,000 for her from our caucus funds. Mr. Speaker, what is happening is not limited to a constituency from Honorable from Pru East, area, Salaga North. Honorable Zuera is here, yes? Your constituency. Banda, Mr. Speaker, it's all the way from the Savannah regions, northeast, down to Bono, Oti. Mr. Speaker, down. So, Mr. Speaker, for somebody to create a colleague, a respected colleague for that matter, to say that the government has an agenda, eliminate those who vote against us. Mr. Speaker, it's far from the truth. This must be withdrawn, unqualified apology rendered, because, Mr. Speaker, government officials have trooped the affected areas. Government, through NADMO, has demonstrated commitment. Are you making a statement, Mr. Speaker? You see? Oh, what is this? Mr. Speaker, with respect, a member may disagree with me, but this issue of the minority side all the time coming in to speak, undermining your authority, is becoming one too many. Mr. Speaker, I will never get up on my mic when a colleague is on his feet. So, Mr. Speaker, please, this is the invitation to you. The ball is in your court. I'm inviting you to hold that a submission made by me, drawing your attention to the unacceptable language by our respected colleague, being withdrawn with a consequential order directed at her to apologize to us as the majority caucus and to the government. And never should any record in this house reflect a statement of this in the history of our democracy. It should never happen. Never should this happen.
Well, I will give the seat to the first deputy speaker. But I think the reference he's making is in respect of our standing orders 93-2. So I think the first deputy speaker will continue from here.
Because the first deputy speaker wouldn't know that you intended giving the opportunity to the two leaders. He just spoke.
So you
don't direct before he goes in. Yes.
You will speak.
Is the deputy leader done?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
I was asking if you are done.
the burden contained therein has been sufficiently submitted. So, Mr. Speaker, nothing more to add.
Very well. Yes, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, welcome to the chair. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Honorable Member for North did no wrong at all. Mr. Speaker, on the 23rd of October, 3 News reports, Sanitation Minister says, listen, those affected should have left the areas that were flooded. 24th of October, how do you call it? My Joy reported the same thing. It is on record that the Minister for Sanitation said, who is a member of this House, because the colleague who made a statement that the allegation against the person is not a member of this House. Mr. Speaker, it is not the responsibility of my colleague to bring members of Parliament to the House. It is the responsibility of the member who is the Sanitation Minister to be here. So we don't take any responsibility for that. So, Mr. Speaker, the point I make is that it is on record that at least the Sanitation Minister said if those whose places were flooded moved or took advice and moved, they will not have been infected. Mr. Speaker, it is also on record that when the President of the Republic visited the site, I'm told he made it in a jest. Listen, I'll say it. That if I were to consider those who vote for me, I wouldn't have been here. It is only an afterthought that members of his party were saying that he said it jokingly. In any case, Mr. Speaker, when people's livelihood are taken, that is not where you go and joke. So, Mr. Speaker, my colleague is just saying that based on these 2 major statements made by members of the government, and as we speak, government directly has not put in anything significant to alleviate the suffering of our people. Is it the case that you are, since we didn't support you, you will not come and support us in those quantities? That is the context in which she is speaking. And that is, what is she supposed to withdraw? Is she wrong for having an opinion? No. Her opinion is worth it. In fact, I share the same opinion. I share the same opinion as her. So she has nothing to withdraw, Mr. Speaker. She can make a point. She's not attacking anybody's personal integrity. He's talking about comments made by public officials. It is not public officials should have been guided in what they say or what they have said, Mr. Speaker. So I call upon you to rule out the deputy leader who is calling upon you to force or compel my colleague to withdraw something that she believes in, and it's not an attack on the personality of our colleague, the Minister for Sanitation, Mr. Speaker. I so present.
Honorable Leader, I think I heard you.
If you would grant me the leave, I may want to make a reply to what my colleague said, which is also within.
Leader, I don't think it's,
Mr. Speaker,
I don't think it's,
Mr. Speaker, I would have come under 93.
You don't have a right. You don't have a right to reply. The application is.
Mr. Speaker, I respect that. I respect that.
Thank you very much. And remember, the complaint is about a content of a speech that the honourable member said the government, is it a case of those who don't support us should be cleared away? Is that right? All right. Order 93 regulates the content of speeches in this House. Order 93(1) says, and I read, reference shall not be made to any matter on which judicial decision is pending. Now, but if you go to 93(2), it shall be out of order to use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words, or to impute improper motives to any other member or make personal allusions. I rule that that statement is imputing improper motives and same should be withdrawn. I so direct. Honourable member, kindly withdraw and let's proceed.
Are you on your feet in respect of this ruling?
I didn't hear you.
Are you on your feet in respect of this ruling?
Mr. Speaker, I cannot challenge your ruling, but I just want to guide my colleague. Is she withdrawing because she said, is it Operation Clear Them? Because she didn't, yes, Mr. Speaker, is she withdrawing because, is it Operation, Mr. Speaker, I just want to clarify to guide her. Is she withdrawing because she holds the view that, Mr. Speaker is capable of ruling. Mr. Speaker,
address me, I'm listening to you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We are here because of what he brought to the House today anyway. Mr. Speaker, I'm just seeking your guidance, so she's guided. Is it the case that when she says, is it the case of clear them? Because she did not say it is. She did not say that is what you are doing. She was asking a question. Was asking a question. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, I listened to the deputy leader say, no, what you said is not true. We are not embarking on agenda clear them. So as far as I'm concerned, her question has been answered already by the deputy leader. So what is she supposed to?
The complaint was clear and loud and clear. I'm asking that she withdraws those words so that we can proceed, please. If you want to continue, you may withdraw and continue. Otherwise,
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It's unfortunate that I've been misunderstood by what I said. Maybe I have been misconstrued by my colleagues. What I said was that my constituency is one of the affected constituencies, heavily affected. Sometimes when I go to these communities, I'm not even able to drink water. Of course.
Don't listen.
The president of Ghana came to the Volta region and made a comment that he wouldn't have been here if it wasn't Ghanaians saying that he should come. We read online, 24th October, the sanitation minister saying...
Honorable, if you are not going to withdraw, you can stop, you can conclude your discussion. I'll direct that.
Mr. Speaker, like I'm being forced to withdraw what I said.
I direct that those offensive words be expunged from the record. Now, is there any other person who wants to continue? She refused to take the opportunity to continue. That brings the end. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I seize this opportunity to thank the Minister of Energy for giving us a report of the unfortunate situation to the House. I also express my appreciation for the Minister to bring the agency that is involved, all the technical men, including the board chair, to address the situation this afternoon. As I sat down, Mr. Speaker, I asked myself, what are we doing to ourselves as parliamentarians? I sympathize with the people that are affected. When I walked in, initially I thought that it was something that was turning into partisan. But then I realized that the people that are mostly affected are the people that are speaking passionately. The point had been made. Within the downstream, most people had expressed the concerns. The minister had given the history and had also said that it might, the minister didn't say it, but from I can deduce from what the minister has said that this would not be the last time this will happen in Ghana, because it's happened before. The question I may want to ask is that the downstream, we have the effect. It is very serious. Dr. Kwabena Donkor drew our attention even before the minister could come. He spoke on air when he was out of the country that upstream had been affected. What are we putting in place in order that we could prevent this? I've heard, I didn't hear from the Minister for Sanitation, but other members had expressed the situation, that he had made a statement that when the people were warned, they should have moved. If they had moved, this wouldn't have happened. It might be an unfortunate situation, but she is not here. What are we putting in place? Is it the case that we can do something to prevent these things? What VRA had done, we cannot say that VRA was negligent. VRA would have been negligent if they had stayed for the dam to collapse. Now we have a situation where Honorable Dafiamepo spoke. He was mentioning that even now we have the figures at 277 feet, and that is only when it exceeds that is the VRA will take a decision to spill. And I think this is a good decision. If we have forgotten, this is the same dam that President Kufuor moved in to pray so we could get water in the dam. Technically, decisions would have to be made whether the spillage, when to make the spill or when to add on and whatnot. And I think that the interventions that have been made by government agencies must be seen as the intervention of government. Initially, when the president said that he has set up a ministerial committee to look at the situation, I thought that the president was going far. But the ministerial committee had worked on this. Interventions had been made. Is it all the places that we have covered? Dr. Kwabena Donkor spoke passionately about his place. There are other places like Salaga and whatnot. What measures are we putting in as parliamentarians so that in a year, in 2 years, in 10 years, this would not happen? I think this is what we have to plan. It is unavoidable. When it gets to a level that the spill had to be done, warnings would have to be given. Notices would have to be given. Was this enough? The agency, a minister has said that all these notices were made, but were they enough? If they weren't, what are we doing so that we don't repeat this and then other places? Even if what the Minister of Sanitation has said, if there is some truthfulness in that, all that I would want to say is that, is there a way that we can prevent these things? Because I can imagine if I'm a farmer living in one of such places, probably you don't even know, you'll be returning from your farm, or you'll be in your farm if you haven't had the notice, and then the water will be there will be flooding and they will be caught in the midst of it. I remember I saw one of the videos when an old man, and a very elderly man, said that...
Hold on. Yes, Honorable Member for Tamale. No, yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The Speaker, I rise on the Order 93-2, which you made reference to in your earlier ruling. The Speaker, 93-2 says it shall be out of order to use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words, or to impute improper motives to any other member, or to make personal allusions. The Speaker, I rise respectfully to seek your guidance on the application of this rule, because listening to the Honourable Member a while ago, he made reference to the statement that has been attributed to the Sanitation Minister, the same statement that my honorable colleague Joycelyn made reference to, for which she was asked to withdraw, which resulted in your application of 93-2. In his submission, he also made the same reference to the Minister of Sanitation and what she is reported to have said. I am just seeking your guidance if that also amounts to improper motive, for which reason he must withdraw. Thank you.
Honourable Member, you are out of order. The order was for her to withdraw some improper motive she made, not what the other member said. Yes, you may continue.
So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. In conclusion, all I would want to urge members is that we must use this as a caution. Then all the members that are affected, the interventions that have been made, if they are not enough, and that's why the minister is here. We can even write to the minister or ask questions for him to respond to that and rectify the situation. All other areas that were also affected, and an attention had not been drawn, and the assemblies had not been invited, or nobody had visited the assemblies. In the instant, I cite Dr. Kwabena Donko's constituency, that is Pru East. These are things that we need to compile and see how best we could address these situations so we can move forward and protect our dam. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Leadership now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Humbly, please kindly allow our last speaker. Who is the fifth? No, we ask for yes, and this is the fifth person, and I will be speaking, but this is the fifth person. Of course, but this is the fifth. I am making application to the speaker. Let the speaker accept or reject it, please. Right Honourable Speaker, I will humbly ask that our last speaker be given a chance to speak, please.
Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we agreed at the very outset that we will limit the contributions to 5 from either side.
Including leaders.
We said 5 from either side. Nobody, don't qualify it. Don't qualify it. Can't we be straight with ourselves? Can't we be straight with ourselves? We agreed at the very outset that 5 from either side. Now we want to amend what we please. If you are leaving your slots to the man out, behind you, that's fair and fine. But don't say that the rule should be amended to favor you. Don't do that.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, it's just an appeal the Deputy Leader is making to you. And if you consider the fact that one of our key speakers, Honourable Joycelyn's presentation needed to be curtailed for reasons we all know, I'm just making an appeal that if it will not be too much for you, Mr. Speaker, we humbly appeal that you allow at least one person more from this side before the leader concludes. So we are not changing the agreement. It's an appeal to you. If you agree, we can do that, Mr. Speaker.
Members, I will be guided by what you agree. What I've seen here is that 5, including leaders. I've seen marked John Jinapo, Samuel Kujata, Blakwa, Roxanne Defemapo, Jocelyn Tete. So I think the 5th one will come to leaders. But what you agree, I will abide by it. Right?
Mr. Speaker, the whip, the chief whip for the minority, is coming in a better way. Saying that he's making an appeal to you. Of course, subject to our indulgence. And I believe that we can accommodate that. That's a superior argument. We can accommodate that. And that then will mean that we still have one more place from this side before it comes to leadership.
Very well. Honourable Member for...
Thank you, Mr.
Speaker.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I'm very, very grateful for the opportunity.
But before I make my substantive statement, I want to state on record that just as Honorable Okujeto Ablapa said, I, the Member of Parliament for Esojamai, have not received any relief items on behalf of the people of Esojamai from VRA or from any government agencies. I haven't. I also want to ask the Minister to maybe check from those who advised him on the issue of the involvement of members of Parliament in the meetings of the emergency preparedness plan and others, because I have never been invited to any such meeting. But having said those two things, Mr. Speaker, we have heard from the Minister and indeed from other speakers, especially those on the other side, that the VRA has an emergency preparedness plan, and the Deputy Minister for Energy said that the plan was followed to the latter. I am worried by that statement because, Mr. Speaker, if indeed we have, I agree that the VRA has an emergency preparedness plan. But, Mr. Speaker, it is one thing having the emergency, the EPP, and it is another thing implementing the EPP effectively to ensure that the effect of these activities is minimal on the people that we are today talking about. I live with VRA people in Akosombo, and I'm proud of what VRA has been doing over the years. I said earlier on, last time, that VRA is one of the strategic institutions that have been effectively managed by Ghanaians all these years. VRA has done spillages over the years. What is special about this year's spillage that has resulted in all these problems that we are experiencing? Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister for Energy mentioned that the VRA sent information to the district assemblies, to NADMO and all that. I don't dispute that at all. The question is, once they do that, do they follow through to ensure that the people in the affected areas receive the information or not? It is one thing sending out the information. It is another thing making sure that all the people in these areas that are going to be affected by the spillage are adequately informed. I, as a Member of Parliament, had to be calling friends in VRA. On some occasion, I had to call even the DCE to get the periodic reports about the levels of the dam and all that from them. Sometimes you have to go online to get it. Nobody copied us in some of these, but we are the people's representatives, and we feel that if you include us in some of these things, we can also contribute in the dissemination of the information. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the Minister mentioned that the VRA got information from Meteorological Service and other agencies that predict rainfall patterns and all that. Yes, we agree. In fact, in these public discussions, I recall one time a VRA official was somehow blaming meteorological services for the problems. And meteo officials also came to defend themselves and say that that is not the case. The question I want to ask here is that what does VRA make of the information they get from all these agencies? And how does VRA utilize the information and use it to affect the decisions they make? Look, we were here when Honorable Kabna Donko, Honorable Jinapo and others complained that there is flooding also in their areas. The decision even to delay the spillage causes flooding in communities that are upstream. In my constituency, for instance, there are communities like Kudikope that started flooding even before VRA started spilling. And as soon as VRA started spilling, the water started receding in those areas. So the decision to even delay the spillage has consequences for communities upstream. And so what is the correct time for VRA to spill? And the most important thing is that, does VRA have the capacity to accurately predict the quantity, the volume of water that is getting there
and determine the exact or the optimum time to start spilling. If the VRA cannot utilize all this information effectively to do this, then we must probably look at enhancing their capacity in these areas. These are some of the reasons why I feel that the earlier decision by Mr. Speaker that we must have an inquiry into this is very, very important. We've heard the Minister for Sanitation suggesting, and other speakers have mentioned that, she suggested that the people refused to move when they were asked to move. If that is true, then we actually will have to unravel that through the inquiry, because probably it is not VRA's fault. Probably it is not. We need to go deep into this and get answers that will help us prevent the recurrence of this in future. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate the call that this should not end here. There must be prayer into this so that it does not recur in future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you for this treasure space to make my own views on this matter known. Mr. Speaker, but I must commend the Honorable Member for Esojaman, who just spoke, Honorable Thomas Nyakun Ampe. He's made a very profound patriotic statement. His comments are anchored on the real issues that should guide us as a nation. And he made his submissions devoid of the earlier partisan approach that came with the comments, Mr. Speaker, as a consequence of the statement ably made by the Honorable Minister for Energy. Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr.
hold
Speaker,
on. Yes, Honorable Leader. Hold on.
108.
Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the respected Deputy Leader just said that my colleague, Honorable Ampem, made his comment which was patriotic, unlike others which were political. Mr. Speaker, that is impugning wrong motive. Mr. Speaker, I am calling upon you to ask him to withdraw based on the same Order 93. 2. Mr. Speaker, the comments made by colleagues can be misinterpreted by him. So they didn't make those comments politically. There were people who were affected. So, Mr. Speaker, that comment is, it's based on, pardon? No. It was only one person. So
address me. Ignore that.
So, I want you to rule him out and then ask him to withdraw that portion. Every comment was based on fact. None of the comment was made with ill motives. So he must withdraw that part of his comment.
Kindly assist me specifically. Which one? The political, or which one is your complaint? So I want to be sure.
The comment that Honorable Ampem's comment was patriotic, unlike others. It means that everything all colleagues have said this afternoon were not patriotic, Mr. Speaker. What can be more dangerous than calling a Ghanaian unpatriotic, Mr. Speaker? It's more serious than actually an insult, Mr. Speaker. I'm calling on him to withdraw that portion, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to know where the minority chief whip is resting his case. Because he just said that the deputy leader used the word political. That he said what others have said is political statement. What we deal with here, Mr. Speaker, is political. No, he said what he said. The member for Esojaman has been patriotic. His own comments, unlike the others whose statements or comments were political, what would you hear? What would you hear? So, Mr. Speaker, if really he heard right, what he said, that the interventions were political interventions, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Albert is political.
That's what he said. That is what you
That's what you said.
So what did I say?
I knew you got the meaning of what I said. Mr. Speaker, he made a comment and said, Honorable Ampem's presentation was patriotic, unlike others whose presentation were only political. Mr. Speaker, the qualification is patriotic, and I'm saying that every single member of this House is patriotic to the state. And the comments made by the colleagues were based on issues here. I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, no member of this House is unpatriotic. You took an oath to work as a true Ghanaian. So I'm saying that there cannot be a bigger imputation of the integrity of a member of parliament than to say he or she is not patriotic. Based on that, Mr. Speaker, the respected deputy leader must necessarily withdraw that part of his presentation and make progress.
Honorable Deputy Leader, we would like to reframe your presentation.
Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that he misunderstood the metaphoric effect of my statement.
You didn't hear what he said.
Yes. But it's fine. Since it's been misconstrued and it's become an issue, I would state it properly so that we can all make progress. Mr. Speaker, the effect of that metaphor in that submission was to draw the House's attention to the fact that the statement made by Honorable Thomas Nyako Ampem was most profound in my view. Most profound. The patriotism in his statement was most profound. And clearly he demonstrated same by commending the works of VRA. He said, it is not the first time VRA has done this pillage. VRA has been so successful in its work, and that VRA, we should rather look at enhancing the capacity of VRA. To me, that is where we find the meat, enhancing the capacity of VRA. He is coming from a constituency where VRA is situated. He knows the work of VRA. He is a witness to the work of VRA. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time. But the man is sitting here. Are you his advocate? I'm praising on him. Are you jealous of the praises, Mr. Speaker?
Are you jealous of praising him?
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Thomas Nyako Ampem has highly commended the work of VRA, and the report will reflect, and posterity will have it, that when it came to a point where the work of VRA was misconstrued, he stood out.
Honorable Leader, hold on. Yes, Honorable Nyako Ampem.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, I think that the Deputy Majority Leader has misconstrued the submission that I made. I have rather questioned the VRA capacity to implement some of these pillages effectively. And I have questioned the effectiveness of the EPP that they have been talking about. I have questioned that is it the case that the EPP actually anticipated or had planned that safe havens are classrooms and that this is how the EPP should be implemented. Mr. Speaker, I have done all this so to create the impression that I have come here to praise VRA only and to leave the salient part of my submission to create the impression that my colleagues, I have departed from what my colleagues have said, is to try to knock our heads together. It's most unfortunate, a leader, don't put me into this awkward position. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
When my colleague was on his feet, I took down some notes. He said, quote, VRA is doing a good work. You acknowledge the good work being done by GRA, and indeed I agree with you. When you identify some inefficiencies, that is why you made a call that perhaps what we need as a country is to be looking at enhancing the capacity of VRA. And you took notes. That's what you said. And I'm saying that statement is very profound, commendable. Nobody in this chamber from your side has made such a statement. And I'm commending you. You are the only one acknowledging. Mr. Speaker, such a profound patriotic statement coming from the honorable member from Esojaman must be acknowledged, and I associate myself with that statement. I am inclined to accept that. This is a national call. This is what we need in this chamber. We don't need partisanship in all matters. This member has stood out. Today, posterity will record your good works. Honorable Andrew Dako. You have not been partisan. History will remember you. That you are acknowledging the good works of a state institution. You are calling for an inquiry that would enable VRA enhance its capacity. These are your words, and I commend you. I agree that there must be. It's a democratic imperative. If we don't institute inquiries into such matters, Mr. Speaker, we will not make any headway in our democracy. So I agree. By agreeing, we will be able to commend their hard work, such as he's doing. Mr. Speaker, again, an impression is being created as though the situation is limited to a particular constituency. Mr. Speaker, so far I must acknowledge that Northern constituency has been very visible for the optics. Mr. Speaker, if you see what is happening there, I think the industry of the Member of Parliament in bringing that to the fore has also contributed to that, and I agree. It is obvious that those affected there have also received a considerable amount of relief items. I think earlier on the submission created an impression that the Member of Parliament had personally, I think that was his contention. But I think that the language was misused. The language should have been that his constituents have benefited immensely, and they are still benefiting. The Minister of Finance is there, NADMO is there, the Energy Minister has been there. So, Mr. Speaker, anybody who will say, I have donated rice, I have donated cash, I am acknowledging the fact that I have personally not been there, but I have given money, I have given rice, I am still contributing, because you know part of me is from there. From some parts of the areas affected. Mr. Speaker, I won't mind you. Mr. Speaker, so nobody for partisan reason should say that the government has done nothing. The government has done something. We should say that it is not sufficient, and I would agree. It cannot be sufficient, because looking at the state of affairs, Anyako area alone, the people who have been affected in Anyako, yes, Mr. Speaker, Anyako people deserve some more. The people from Salaga South deserve some more. The people of Bupe area, some Winneba people are there in Bupe, they have been calling on me. Mr. Speaker, through
They are all being calling. I have a few people there doing fishing. Mr. Speaker, I know how they are suffering. But they have not been left naked. They have not. So nobody in this chamber should say that government has abandoned the people there. Nobody should read partisan political meaning into the conduct of government. It is never the case. The president himself was there. We are aware that others have been there.
Is this the president?
Mr. Speaker,
Is this the president? Is this the president?
The Speaker, I said the president was there. The President Mahama was there. He didn't mention that one.
You still have the floor. I haven't recognized it.
Especially the president.
Mr. Speaker, so I just want us to get the record straight that in such a situation, not only the government but the media, CTFM did so well and drew attention to the situation. Is it for me to talk about what your party has done? So, Mr. Speaker, let members of parliament whose constituents have benefited acknowledge what government has done. They shouldn't just acknowledge it on their social media handles. They should acknowledge it in this chamber. And this is a call I am making to members of parliament who have received donations. I don't mean personal donations, but donations received by them for and on behalf of their people. Norton, for example, has received a lot of support, not the MP personally. Norton has received support. And I want the record to reflect that when it got to this situation, the people of Norton were not left naked. The Methodist Church has been there. Only yesterday, the Methodist Church was in Norton. So, Mr. Speaker, I am calling on volunteers, corporate Ghana, and all institutions who have heard about this not to over-concentrate in one constituency. I am calling on corporate Ghana to look at the spread. A lot of constituencies have been affected.
Honourable Leader,
Mr. Speaker,
conclude.
Sure. Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude on a matter of law as raised by the Honourable Dafiamepo in relying on Act 46, Section 11. Mr. Speaker, I most humbly and respectfully submit that the section he quoted, upon which he anchored his submission to chastise VRA, was wrong, completely wrong. Mr. Speaker, the law is clear. The water level is not just the level that would have to be used to determine whether or not to spill, but is the flow. If you have the level correct and there is no rainfall, you don't spill. But Mr. Speaker, if you see, even if it is lower, and you see what is coming, the volume is high, Mr. Speaker, you would have to take a decision. So, Mr. Speaker, for you to rely on the law, to mislead yourself, and by extension attempt to mislead us, Mr. Speaker, you have to be corrected. VRA, as Honorable Ampim said, may have some inefficiencies. I think that after this exercise, we should rather concentrate on looking at what we can do as a nation, so that in future, should such a thing happen, it will not get out of hand. And even look at where our people are located. Is it the case that they are so close to the areas that when there's spillage, they will be most affected? Then we educate our people. These are matters. Mr. Speaker, I most respectfully submit and thank you for this opportunity.
Leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Minister for Energy for the statement. Let me stay on record that a lot of honorable members who were seriously affected wanted the opportunity to speak, but for time. Mr. Speaker, let me mention Honorable Woyome, who had really strongly wanted to speak, of Southern, Honorable member of Salaga wanted to speak, Honorable member of Central Town, Honorable Hoteje wanted to speak. All of them really had a lot to say about this crisis. But Mr. Speaker, let me in brief talk about the minister's presentation. I think when we listened to the minister, he started off by really stating the VRA's competence and talked about their maintenance record, a history of spillage and how they handled it. He even quoted Libya and Norway and the fact that they've had spillage. He talked about VRA's emergency preparedness plan, processes they put in place and the procedures and the preventive actions they put in place. We talk about simulation exercises they had done. Mr. Speaker, all of his presentation was mainly on these areas. The question was, what was the aftermath of all this preparation? Today we have listened to members of parliament that clearly were not consulted, and a lot of them have said personally. It is very clear that the minister in defending VRA's preparedness failed to really lay bare the gaps that we must revisit to ensure that there will not be a recurrence. What was the level of consultation? I remember in one part of the presentation, the minister said at one community engagement there were 400 community members, chiefs. Mr. Speaker, in all of this preparation, what we want to see is that how was the outcome? How was all these preparatory exercises, all this, how was it implemented? If your country have an emergency preparedness plan, and in the aftermath of a disaster, we find ourselves where we are. We have failed. And that's the point people are making. Mr. Speaker, it should not get to a point where we have even disagreement about this crisis. And people who are representing the constituencies and the districts, who are speaking so emotionally, Mr. Speaker, must be understood. Because, Mr. Speaker, when I listen, for example, to Honorable Ablakwa, and he talked about NADMO's own report of 12,633 people displaced, talked about almost 1,550 houses destroyed, 53 schools destroyed, and so many people living in schools. Mr. Speaker, this must be painful, your whole lifetime. Mr. Speaker, and they are talking about that because there were crises. How did we handle, for example, the Apetu disaster? Mr. Speaker, how was it handled? The whole government set up a fund. I remember. We set up the Apetu disaster fund. As we speak, there's a housing scheme. Apieti. The corporate support was actually led by government's voice. And the point that members of parliament were spoken today are saying is that that same level of commitment has not been seen in this crisis.
More people are affected during the flood.
Mr. Speaker, and that we should not disagree on. Mr. Speaker, so the question and the issue at stake is that VRA's emergency preparedness plan, how was it implemented? The simulation exercise, what was the outcome? We know, for example, that in the minister's statement, he says that VRA set up 10 million Ghana cedi aside. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about billions of Ghana cedi in terms of the cost. We are talking about farms, long term, in the next 20 years. How do we recover? So, Mr. Speaker, the issues we are dealing with were not addressed, frankly, by the minister. They were not addressed. Mr. Speaker, the minister's statement really created gas. For example, what steps, I wanted to listen to the minister to see what steps have been put in place to ensure that we don't really face this disaster. And when it happens, the so-called emergency preparedness plan will address this crisis differently. That we will not see thousands of people living in classrooms as they are right now. That school children will find themselves so miserable. Mr. Speaker, this is why we are in this point of crisis, it is very important we address that. But Mr. Speaker, we have to also talk about government's own response. Government's own response. The executive arm of the Republic of State, led by President Akufo-Addo, who set up a 13-member ministerial committee. Mr. Speaker, what is their report? And what are their recommendations? What steps have been taken? When Sierra Leone gets a crisis and the Vice President is sent and he donates $1 million, that level of crisis in Sierra Leone wasn't anything close to what happened here. How much do we give the people in the affected areas when the Vice President visits? That is the concern. That is the worry. That is the pain that people are expressing. How do we deal with this going forward? Mr. Speaker, people have asked government, call for a national emergency. That call never came. We asked government, set up a fund to deal with it. That's nothing. What is even the plan to really, in the short term, resettle people? What is the plan? So, Mr. Speaker, to make it very brief, it is very clear. We thank the Minister for Energy for the presentation, but the presentation failed to address serious gaps. First, VRA has too much questions to answer. There are gaps in terms of when the decision was made to spill. And Mr. Speaker, the Minister himself admitted that we were getting clear signals, contradictory signals from international weather authorities as against our own local authorities. Contradictory projections. We in Parliament must understand what this happened, because you know what? We want to make sure that when this happens again, we will not find ourselves wanting like we are. There should be no disagreement about how we deal with Ghanaians who are suffering. There shouldn't be, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, number one, we believe, and I believe that Mr. Speaker, his supporters, I saw that the Deputy Majority Leader supporters, we are calling for a full-blown parliamentary inquiry to deal with all the gaps that I've raised, to make sure we can ask the pertinent questions. Mr. Speaker, the reasons are very clear. One, we have to understand VRA's decisions and understand the failures in terms of the emergency preparedness plan, in terms of all the stimulation exercise, in terms of even their community engagement. How come the community engagement left so many critical stakeholders in that engagement? It's very clear. We must make sure that doesn't happen again. Mr. Speaker, it is very, very clear we have a disaster on our hand. And let me take the opportunity to call on the government led by President Akufo-Addo. We are expecting to see a very aggressive and serious solution in this budget that is being presented. To see that this government seriously is going to address that. Put their money where their mouth is. In this budget, we must see that there are serious efforts to really help resettle people. Make sure school children can go back to school. Make sure that people who have lost millions in farms, lifetime savings, will have some assurance that there will be recovery and hope. That's what government is about. If government cannot lead us in the direction of recovery in times of crisis, then what is the point? So, Mr. Speaker, I believe you will support a full-blown inquiry into this very important matter. And let me use the opportunity to again console our brothers and sisters who have been affected all the way from the Volta all the way to the Oti region along the coast. Let me thank corporate Ghana and ask that we can do more, that they should support. Let me thank political actors, especially President Mahama, who was the first to be there. The first to be there. And his compassion. He didn't only donate. He moved heaven and earth to ask corporate entities to move. More than that, he personally donated. And private, and I don't want to mention names, but sometimes you have to. Ibrahim Mahama has done something very fantastic. And we must commend him. That's what we want Ghanaians to do. He has convinced me that it is worth supporting people to really go up the ladder, because when in times of crisis, those are the type of people we need. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that you support our call for a full-blown parliamentary investigation to make sure we can ask the right questions, and the purpose is not witch hunting at all, to make sure we can ensure that as a country we will not see this again, and that when it happens we will be ready. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to a statement. Speaker, a statement ably made by the Minister responsible for energy. The Speaker, dealing with the circumstances that led to the spillage of impounded water, I believe the time has come for all of us to look at the management of the entire river basin, the entire Bhutan basin. Speaker, that's the first thing that should concern us. My colleague, the Honorable Dafiamapo, related to the levels of the water in December 2022. And I think his attitude was that maybe the spillage ought to have started from then on. And we all do know that December, January, February are lean months in terms of rains. If you do spill, the consequences could be bizarre. The Speaker, it is the reason why you have to basically rely on information from the Metro department. Even that is not sacrosanct. Remember what happened in 2010, when, upon predictions from the meteorological department, spillage was effected. People don't even connect the ensuing doomsday late 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014 to the spillage that occurred. We failed to connect it. That indeed was the principal source of the doomsday that afflicted this country. And that's why you need to watch the radar to see whether or not to spill off or not to spill off. But the point is, did we all perhaps go to sleep a bit? Because as the Dr. Kwabena Donko alluded to, we have had continuously over the past 2.5 years above average rainfall in this country. Since 2021, we have had above average rainfall, which is why even after the rainy season, the waters in the streams don't recede to the earlier points. If we go to sleep a bit, because we are talking as members of parliament, we are aware of all these things. We didn't make any reports. Did the assemblies make any reports? All this while, when we saw things that were not familiar scenes. So let's not be quick in apportioning blame. Mr. Speaker, the VRA began their controlled spillage at Akosombo and Pong on the 15th of September, we are told. And unfortunately, an estimated 27,000 people, as of the end of October, we're told, have been displaced. Certainly not the best for us as a country. Speaker, since the construction of the dam, we are told that perhaps this is the largest magnitude of displacement and the largest spillage of impounded water recorded. But in May 2023, prior to the spillage, the VRA, we must admit, because when the first statement came to be made in the House, it was stated here that no simulation had been done.
Yes.
It was stated in the House. Now, subsequently, we've heard that indeed some simulation was done that involved over 10,000 people in Sujaman, in Adan East, and North Tongu districts in the eastern Greater Accra and Volta regions. Was it enough? The Speaker, VRA initially had planned, according to information reaching me, they had planned to do the spillage in October. But technical observations and meteo warnings compelled them to bring it forward to the 15th, because it was indicated to them that if they waited beyond September 15th, something much more disastrous was going to happen. And if they had waited maybe 2-3 days later, we never could predict what could have happened to this country. So unfortunate the circumstances have turned out to be, VRA cannot be blamed. Mr. Speaker, for VRA, they've done regular inspections, and these inspections have resulted in several retrofits over the years. I remember from President Kufuor's time when they did serious retrofitting. Of course, the retrofitting would involve upgrading of electrical and control systems, the replacing of turbines and generators, and even upgrading the dam spillway gates. If those things have not been done, Mr. Speaker, and these things were happening today, perhaps the gates themselves would have given in. And that's why we should commend VRA for what they've been doing all this while. Mr. Speaker, they have also strengthened the dam's concrete structures. And I'm informed that the retrofitting that they've done the past few years have resulted in a situation where the life of the dam has now been extended for about 40 years. So we must be commending them. But after all, they are also a human institution. They could get it wrong sometimes. Mr. Speaker, the outcome of the spillage has been inconvenient and indeed very unpleasant. But as I said, it could have been worse. We allude to houses that have been lost. Imagine somebody having saved his entire life, his entire working life, built a house, and overnight it's washed away. Nothing would hit heart and soul than this. Monies have been lost. Farms have been stripped off. Harvests, farm produces have been lost. Livestock. The good thing for us is that lives have not been lost. And if VRA had not done their work, if the spillage had not been controlled, can anybody envisage what would have happened? Mr. Speaker, once we are this, we should also question ourselves what we've been doing all these years. The level of deforestation, of the vegetation surrounding the streams and rivers, which is causing serious erosion and siltation of the lake. So we must be blaming ourselves as well as Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, so with the siltation, the massive siltation, any less downpour, of course, will cause serious flooding. And it's one of the things that we are seeing. As I said, perhaps all of us went to sleep. There should be an inquiry, we do agree. Mr. Speaker, maybe the time has come for us. And I was across the divide. I was having a private discussion with the minority chief whip. And I was asking, his own private house, is it insured? I'm not too sure that he can respond in the positive. In New York, when they had this serious flooding, the aftermath may not be as punishing as what we're having in Ghana. Our houses are not insured. I'm not too sure whether the house of the Honorable Minister responsible for energy himself is insured.
No comment.
He says no comment. Mr. Speaker, perhaps these things should remind us, painfully as it may be, to begin to do serious insurance. Insurance schemes for our houses, insurance schemes for our farms, for even our livestock. This should trigger it, unfortunate as the situation is. Mr. Speaker, the health implications cannot be lost on us. The water that we are drinking, now that they have inundated cemeteries and public toilets, upon some attempts will be made to clean up. But how wholesome is the water that is running through our pipes now? We must be prepared for some health emergencies. And those are serious. They could affect greater sections of the population than even what has happened. Mr. Speaker, so this should lead us into some serious considerations. Apart from the health implications, inflation in this country is fueled primarily by food inflation. And we're preparing ourselves for good harvest. Now this happens. The whole basin. Mr. Speaker, so our own food security perhaps may be affected negatively. And that certainly then is not going to help us to cure inflation, because a lot of it is predicated on high food prices, on food inflation. So there are many things that should really emanate from the spillage and the flooding upstream. Mr. Speaker, I want to end once again by commending the Minister for bringing the statement to the House and providing some illumination going forward. What do we do as a country? I believe we'll be borne out from the report of the Interministerial Committee, and if we are minded to go on our own leg of establishing the parliamentary committee to delve further into that, I believe the House should be ready for that. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, I believe, as I stated initially, that this is just a brief to the House. We have invited VRA and other units and departments connected with this, including the Ministry of Health and Science Environment, to come to this House. Perhaps because of the pendency of the budget, maybe we could decide to let them come and do the presentation to us on Tuesday before the budget, because once the budget comes to be presented, Mr. Speaker, it will take center stage and will not perhaps find time to deal with this matter. So I would, subject to the indulgence of colleagues, Speaker, with your approval, I would request that we bring their appearance forward to Tuesday to enable the relevant ministers to come and do the presentation before the joint caucus on Tuesday following. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Before I invite the Honourable Minister, Honourable Leader, I want to be clear what is it you're talking about VRA doing presentation. I've heard two things, that a parliamentary inquiry, and then at the same time you're saying VRA should do a presentation. What is it about?
Mr. Speaker, I think the call for the parliamentary inquiry ensued from the composite statement that was made. Perhaps if VRA comes before us to make the presentation on Tuesday, it may cure that. But if further to that, we still want to go on that leg, we could. But the parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker, we should be minded that once the budget comes, it may be difficult to go on that. So let them come and do the presentation to us on Tuesday. And if you are still purpose and minded to go on that, we can set up the committee, except that the committee could only work seriously once Parliament adjourns. That is post December 22nd, 2023.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I agree with Leader. I think we all have come to a point where we agree that indeed, even the government set up a committee looking into it. On our own terms, we can also look into it. So, Mr. Speaker, instead of waiting for VR, indeed, the Minister's presentation suggested that other agencies not under his purview, Meteorological Service are not under him. So, when we set up the parliamentary committee, then we can call upon others. The idea is to prevent this happening to us again in this form. The flooding will have to take place another year, but the effect. So, it is not a witch hunt committee. It's just to make sure we plan for the future. So, we can set up the committee. They don't need to report before we go on recess in December. We can set up the committee and take time to work. In any case, the processing, in fact, the waters are now receding. It is posing new threats, health threats and other things. So the committee can be given a considerable amount of time to work and come up with something that we can use, Mr. Speaker. So we can go ahead and set up the committee. In fact, we don't need to even name the members today. We can take time to constitute that.
I'm looking at the committees of the House. I've looked at select committees. If it's not a select committee, then it should be a special or ad hoc committee under Order 191. So let the leaders confer. If it's under 191, then I think the procedure is a bit different, and I want to be guided. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of our onerous duties is to come to the House and give the House as much information as possible to enable members to also, in their own ways, either disseminate or get informed about issues. Mr. Speaker, I would like to put on record that it is never true that there is a point mark for VRA to spill. What is true is that there's a point mark for the dam integrity, which VRA works towards, not breaking that point mark. You can be below that point mark and still spill, like the Honorable Afenyo Markin said, because of the volumes of water that are coming. I can just say this example with one example. In 2010, there was a spillage in the dam for about a few days. Mr. Speaker, after they stopped closing the spill, because the rains have stopped upstairs, and so there was no need to embark on further spills. Mr. Speaker, what has happened this year? Our parts. Mr. Speaker, we have even record of rural radio stations that were used to announce. The reason why this spillage did not affect people directly, Mr. Speaker, is because of what had happened. The simulation exercise, the live simulation exercise, happened, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, where the epicenter in the downstream was. Mepe. When they did the live simulation, it happened in Mepe. So, Mr. Speaker, the people were informed, but all over the world, even when the fires are burning people's houses, there are some who refuse to move. It's human nature. Some people have buried their children there, or their ancestors are lying there, and other things. And they might not decide to leave. So that is why emergency situations, sometimes we force people to evacuate. So we all sit down and plan, but immediately, Mr. Speaker, it is still an ongoing situation. It is still an ongoing situation. Down south, the dam, it is receding, it's true. But because of the work of companies like EMP, Planners and Construction, they are trying to dredge and also create channels for the water to flow, because it's seriously a challenged area. But upstream the dam, the ministerial committee has started visiting some of the constituencies, districts that are affected. And since we have decided in this country that local issues are dealt with the district assemblies, and we have passed laws to empower such district assemblies, we should all understand that when we say MPs have not been informed, but the district assemblies have been informed, and the district assemblies have been going, maybe we have to look at some of these things that we have empowered the districts to take over. It is not that we don't want to involve everybody. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that all the suggestions that have been taken, I've noted them. Where we have to improve, we will continue to improve. My own brother from Bupe, it is true. In fact, some of the devastation that has happened upstream pays into significance some of them that has happened downstream. But everybody affected is affected. It doesn't matter whether your stomach is big or small. If you are affected, you are affected. And government needs to do more. It is also not true that central government hasn't provided anything. After all, Mr. Speaker, if VRA provides, isn't it central government? Then listen. When the Minister for Agric stood and said 40 million of the US funds is being diverted, it is not a contribution from central government. When the Minister of Finance says that the climate resilient funds, nearly 66 million, we are trying to access it, isn't it central government? When the military and the police are being flogged to do the patrols, it is not central government. When the headies are taking people around to go and visit the site so they can tell it's not central government. Please. I can understand, like the chief said yesterday, and I wish I could play it. In times of disaster, people would not like to hear the hard truth. Maybe sometimes it's too hard-hitting, and we should all cooperate to make it soft for everybody. But not anybody say central government has not supported. Central government is supporting, has supported, and will continue to support. The issue, I've just mentioned figures and you are running away. The issue about resettlement won't come up. A brilliant chief said yesterday that we should provide temporary settlement and permanent settlement, because the people will go back to the riverside. So we should provide housing for them so that when the floods are coming, they will go there. Yes, I mean, everybody is bringing a suggestion. Everybody. Mr. Speaker, every year we hear when the Bagri Dam is open, the people who farm along that place, some people die, some people lose their bread, and every time NAGBO intervenes. But as soon as the water recedes, they come back. So even if you go and buy resettlement places for them, we have to make sure that they can construct a better livelihood in the areas you are taking them. Or else, because of the fertility of the land, they will come back to where they are. And it's a difficult thing that we all have to address. But Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank this House for inviting us, and with the VRA support, coming to inform members. And we'll continue to do so as our duty. I have not supported, because my constituency is not flooded yet. But thank you.
Very well, honourable members. May I defer the issue about the committee to the leadership, so we agree on how we want it and craft a motion for that purpose. Otherwise, we may. The rule says that it should be by motion, and we should go through the proper procedure. But I think that if we leave it to the leadership to put their heads together and bring an appropriate motion, it will be easier for us to manage it. Is that okay?
Speaker,
yes.
You are right. We have an agreement that there should be a committee. Myself and the respected leader said it should be a special committee. So if you give the directive, then you can say that on an appropriate day, the names can be put together, and then the appropriate motion can be moved, and then the terms of reference spelled out. So I think we can do that, just to conclude.
I'll leave it to you. Any day we agree on, once we have agreed on the terms and things, we just formalize it. So I'll leave it to the leadership to work on that one. Yes, please.
Yeah, Speaker, the issues involved the flooding, the spillage, the health issues, matters relating to even transportation, communication. Speaker, education, agriculture, they are cross-cutting. They don't belong to a specific sector. The reason why I suggested that we have to have a special or an ad hoc committee to deal with this. So we'll determine the names, the size first, the names, and then we submit them, and then have the appropriate motion to constitute it.
Very well. So that brings us to the end of statement time for today. Yes.
Speaker, we can now go on to item 5. Item 5, and we plead that we limit the follow-ups, since we are minded to take some few items before we draw the curtains. So if members could limit their follow-ups on the questions.
How did we come to do the statement before the questions?
Well, because we were waiting on the answers. We were waiting on the answers. As of when we were ready, the answers were not ready. And so we had to vary the order of business.
Did you arrange for lunch for members? Because it's past 4 p.m. and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more questions to be answered. Very well. Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, fortunately, the Minister for Lands is a member of this House. So, if we don't mind, we can take, because 10 questions, you couldn't prevent people from asking follow-up questions. 10 questions can be anything 1 hour, 2 hours before we finish. And so we can't do, so if we don't mind, we can do there's another business from Ministry of Energy, and then tomorrow we start early with the questions. That'll be fine if you want us to do it, but then we can start. But Mr. Speaker, then nobody should prevent colleagues from saying you can only ask the substantive question. We should allow colleagues to ask the follow-up questions. So, Mr. Speaker, we are ready if we want to ask the questions.
Very well. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there is cabinet, and the minister has elected to be here to respond to the questions. And if it should be prevented from answering the questions, it's going to be difficult to find space for him to come back. So once he's here, let him respond to the questions. And you just have to manage the questions and also the time allocations, so that certainly within 1 hour, he should finish. After all, the regular time for asking questions is 1 hour.
Very well. Item 5. Urgent question. Honorable Minister for Lands, you may take your seat. Urgent question is to be asked by the Honorable Member for Prestea Huni Valley, Mr. Robert Wisdom Kujo. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, once our colleague, the minister, is here, we would ask the question, and so that at least that is dealt with. So, with your leave, I may ask the question on behalf of the colleague.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what emergency measures the ministry has put in place to ensure that Sankofa Gold Mines Limited, Prestea, pays the over 27 months unpaid salaries to all workers who are owed from 2017 to 2020.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Prestea Sankofa Gold Limited was established in 1994 as a state-owned gold mining company. The company, however, ran into difficulties and was eventually shut down in 1999. Following the state's intervention, the company was revived in 2004, but again collapsed in the year 2016, and operations came to a halt. Mr. Speaker, under the agreement between government and the mine workers union of the company, salary arrears have been agreed to be paid within a certain period. Mr. Speaker, needless for me to point out that the salary arrears are being paid according to the agreement. Let me assure the Honourable Member for Prestia Uni Valley and this August House that government will continue to work with the management of the company to boost its operations so that all outstanding liabilities will be paid for. Thank you.
Any follow-up question?
Speaker, I do not have any.
Very well, I'll move on to question number 1576. The name of the Honourable Member for Sisela West, Mohammed Adam Suparu. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what plans the ministry has put in place to ensure that encroachment on biodiversity hotspots in the country becomes a thing of the past. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Forestry Commission under the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources is implementing several measures aimed at preventing encroachment on Ghana's biodiversity hotspots, as well as preserving and protecting these areas. The Commission undertakes community engagement, education, and sensitization to educate the public about the essence of these hotspots and the need to protect them. The Commission has established committees to ensure community involvement in the management and protection of these areas. This system gives communities more rights and access to these areas to promote sustainable use of natural resources. Mr. Speaker, where necessary, demolition exercises are carried out to ward off encroachers. Mr. Speaker, let me assure this August House of my personal commitment and that of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to ensure that all biodiversity hotspots in the country and indeed all our forest resources are effectively protected for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answer. Mr. Speaker, in his answer, he outlined some of the measures being implemented by government. I want to find out from the Minister. He spoke about law enforcement, he spoke about public education and policy reformation. I want to find out from the Minister, what is the outstanding policy by government to address this matter? Thank you.
Sorry, did I get you right? What is the outstanding policy?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in his answer, he stated that law enforcement is one of the steps that government has taken, public education, and that of policy reformation. He further went on to, spoke about public education, he spoke about law enforcement, but he was, however, silent on the policy reformation. So I want to find out from him, what is the outstanding policy that government is taking, is going to implement to address this matter, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Honourable Minister is talking about policy reformation. So what are you going to do differently in policy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I made in the answer I gave to the question posed by the Honourable Member is that in addition to law enforcement interventions which the Ministry is pursuing, the Ministry is also focusing on policy reformations. Mr. Speaker, policy reformation being that the whole policy architecture in terms of protecting these areas are being reformed. Ghana is a party to several international policy platforms which are aimed at protecting hotspots such as the one that he asked a question about. And Mr. Speaker, we are working to ensure that our local policies are reformed in a manner that they will be in alignment with the current trend of international policy framework for the protection of such areas. And so when I say policy reformation, Mr. Speaker, what I mean is that the Forestry Commission is reforming the whole policy framework in respect of such areas and enclaves to ensure that they are aligned with international policy frameworks for the protection of these areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further questions? No. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I wish to find out from the Minister what resulted in the suspension of demolition that was announced by the Greater Accra Regional Minister 1 year today with regard to the encroachment on the Ramsaya site. Because, Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's answer, in the last but one paragraph, he makes the point that in the Sakumono Ramsaya site, for instance, which has come under severe attacks in recent years, we have intensified community engagements, undertaking some demolition exercise to protect the core area of the site, and more structures within the core zone of the site are earmarked for demolition, unquote, quote and unquote. The Speaker, clearly the Minister, the Greater Accra Regional Minister, indicated that community engagement had taken place and announced a date that the demolition was supposed to take place. And the date for the demolition that was announced was 19th October 2022. It's been 2 years. It's been 1 whole year since that announcement. After the announced date for demolition, he came out again to announce a suspension of the demolition exercise. Will the Minister be able to tell us what has resulted in this delay for the demolition to be carried out at the Ramsaya site? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I think it's important for me to state for the record that the Greater Accra Regional Minister, as the chair of the Regional Security Council for the Accra Enclave, and also somebody who worked closely with my ministry, did embark on some demolition exercises in this particular area. Mr. Speaker, the reason why the Greater Accra Regional Minister suspended the demolition exercises was because we needed to survey the landscape to be able to identify the core area of the Ramsar site. And also, Mr. Speaker, if you are familiar with that area, the Ramsar site and this catchment area is heavily built up. Mr. Speaker, the place is built up essentially because of the actions and inactions of successive governments. And the place is been encroached upon for several years. And Mr. Speaker, if you are going to embark on such demolition exercises, you better be sure that you cross your T's, you dot your I's, and you ensure that there is enough stakeholder engagement so that you can carry everybody on board. Mr. Speaker, so that exercise is ongoing. When we are satisfied that we've engaged all the stakeholders, we've surveyed the place, we've identified the core area of the site, we'll move ahead with the rest of the demolition exercise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm coming on the back of the follow-up of my colleague Suparu's question. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister is saying the policies they have now aligns with the international policies. I just want to find out if there's any local policy developed by government to tackle this encroachment on the hotspots, biodiversity hotspots in the country. Is there any local policy specifically designed to tackle this issue in the country?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend will see from my answers that I did indicate that, and I quote, the Commission has established community resources management areas, CREMET, in fringe communities to ensure community involvement in the management and protection of these areas, end quote. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important domestic policy conceived, formulated, and being implemented by the ministry through the Forestry Commission for the protection of these areas. Mr. Speaker, there is a local and domestic policy for the protection of these areas. So I provided that in my answer. Thank you.
Question number 1 1813 in the name of the honorable member for Prister Huni Valley. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the questioner is still the same, Honorable Robert Wisdom. So, with your permission, I ask on his behalf. Yes. Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what effective and pragmatic measures the ministry could adopt to flush out the increasing number of foreigners who are still operating illegal mining in forest reserves in Ghana.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has been implementing several measures to tackle illegal mining in the forest reserves of our country, not only by foreigners but also by Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, on Thursday, 23rd February 2023, pursuant to a question posed by the Honourable Member for Gumwa East, Honourable Desmond Digraf Peto, I gave a detailed answer on all the measures that the ministry has put in place to curb illegal mining in our forest reserves, whether by citizens or by foreigners. These include regular patrolling of the forest reserve by the Forestry Commission, protection and maintenance of internal and external boundaries of the forest reserves, awareness creation and stakeholder sensitization, decommissioning and demobilization of equipment used for illegalities in the forest reserve, destruction of illegal farms, arrest and prosecution of forest offenders, including foreigners. The Speaker, I must emphasize that when it comes to illegalities in the forest reserves of our country, there is no distinction between nationals and foreigners. The Forestry Commission has been working to cordon off all the forest reserves of our country to rid them of all forms of illegalities, and these measures are yielding some results. Although, Mr. Speaker, I must admit that we are not out of the woods yet. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources will continue to work with relevant agencies, particularly state security agencies, to ensure that the forest resources of our country are protected for posterity. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have any follow-up question. I'll go to the next question, which is 1840.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister's answer relates to an earlier answer that was provided when a similar question was asked, and I've gone through that also. Mr. Speaker, I just want to find out from the Minister if he can share with this House one deterrent example his ministry has set under his watch to deter Ghanaians and foreigners alike from undertaking mining in our forest reserves. One deterrent example that the ministry has since set that he hopes will be deterrent enough to Ghanaians and foreigners alike.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend for the question. Mr. Speaker, the measures we've put in place, which are to deter people from engaging in illegal mining activities in our forests, there are several, not one, several, and I'll list a few of them. Mr. Speaker, the first one is the decommissioning and demobilization of equipment used for illegal mining activities in our forests, and several of them have been decommissioned, running into hundreds of them. And almost on a daily or weekly basis, forest guards do arrest equipment such as excavators which are being used for illegal mining activities in our forests, and they get decommissioned. Because some people say they get bent, and I've been hauled before this August House to justify why equipment such as excavators which are used for illegal mining activities in our forest reserves get bent or get decommissioned. That's deterrent enough. That's one example. Mr. Speaker, on several occasions, almost on a weekly basis, persons are arrested for engaging in illegal mining activity in our forest reserves and get prosecuted, they get convicted, and they one. I'll give you two. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question number 1814.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's 1814. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources the total acreage of forest reserves cleared for tree planting around Anhwere Bonda, Wasa Nkram, and Piaso in the Prestia Muni Valley constituency and the effective measures put in place to nurture and preserve the planted seedlings?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since 2017, a number of tree planting programs have been implemented by government as part of our aggressive afforestation and reforestation program to restore our lost forest cover, both in forest reserves and off reserves. These include the forest plantation strategy, the modified Tonga system, youth in afforestation program, Green Ghana Day, Green Streets Project, Forest Investment Program, among others. Under the forest plantation strategy, for example, Mr. Speaker, over 690,000 hectares of forest were cultivated between 2017 and 2022 through initiatives such as forest plantation, enrichment planting, and trees on farms. Mr. Speaker, the statistics for this restoration exercise is provided in my answer, and I want Hansa to capture same. Mr. Speaker, the modified Tonga system has proven to be one of the most effective ways of restoring our degraded forest reserves, with community involvement, and the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources through the Forestry Commission will continue to engage French communities on this exercise to restore our degraded landscapes. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No follow-up question, so I'll proceed to question number 1826. Honorable Member for Pro East, Dr. Kwaradonko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what percentage of Ghana's gold is refined in Ghana, and what other forms of value addition is the Ministry promoting for the gold sector?
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all thank my senior colleague of the House for asking this very important question, and to say, Mr. Speaker, that our country has a long history of gold mining, predating the arrival of the first Europeans on our land. Since the establishment of the first foreign mining company in the country sometime in 1878, large-scale gold mining has consistently been on the rise, becoming the bulwark of our national economy. Today, we are the leading producer of gold on the African continent, with gold production in 2022 reaching almost 3.7 million ounces. Mr. Speaker, despite our huge endowment in this natural resource, over the years, we have admittedly not been able to establish an internationally recognized gold refinery in the country to refine the volumes of gold we produce. Mr. Speaker, gold goes through a number of processes before being sold on the international markets. Mr. Speaker, currently, all our gold is exported in the form of dory or bullion due to the absence of a certified refinery in the country. It is at this refinery stage that the ore is refined into what is described as fine gold. Mr. Speaker, Ghana does not have a certified LBMA, London Bullion Market Association refinery, and this has prevented us from being able to enjoy the value chain of this natural resource. There were attempts sometime in the 1960s to establish a refinery in Takwa, then the hub of gold in the country, but these attempts were not successful. Since then, successive governments showed very little or no interest in the gold refinery industry until 2005, when President Kufuor, through the Precious Metals Refinery, was licensed to establish a gold refinery in the country. Mr. Speaker, since assuming office in 2017, the government of President Akufo-Addo has been working to establish an LBMA certified gold refinery as well as promote the downstream industry. We have already commenced the processes of securing a London Bullion Marketing Association certification to enable us easily export and trade our refined gold on the international markets. Mr. Speaker, just last week, on the sidelines of the China Mining Conference and Exhibition, I paid a working visit to Shanghai Gold Exchange, the biggest physical trading exchange in the world and one of the largest exchanges globally. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that a team from the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and the Minerals Commission have commenced work with a team from the Shanghai Gold Exchange to explore areas of possible cooperation. Mr. Speaker, the government of President Akufo-Addo recognizes the importance of adding value to the mineral resources of our country, and I want to assure this august House and the respected senior member of this House that we will take all measures necessary to ensure that we add value to our mineral resources. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, will the Honourable Minister at the appropriate time come to this House to brief us on the progress of the initiative he's just mentioned?
Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, I will very happily do that. Thank you.
Very well. The next question is question number 1827. The same member for Pro West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources how many kilometers of exploratory drilling has taken place for the fiscal years 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022 within the large-scale gold mining sector.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, exploration, as the Honourable Senior Member is well aware, is crucial to the mining industry. It is the process of ascertaining the presence or otherwise of minerals in a particular area and the volumes of the mineral that can be mined. Exploratory drilling is thus the method used to search for mineral occurrences in rocks by drilling into the ground. Mr. Speaker, 5 types of exploratory drilling have been undertaken in our country by large-scale mining companies in the fiscal years between 2018 and 2022. They are Onga drilling, rotary air blast drilling, reverse circulation drilling, rotating control device drilling, and diamond drilling. The type of drilling depends on the type of drilling equipment used, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, together, a total of 1,435.42 kilometers of exploratory drilling have been undertaken by large-scale gold mining companies between 2018 and 2022. Mr. Speaker, the breakdown is as follows. 2018, 67.07 kilometers. 2019, 45.17 kilometers. 2020, 307.5 kilometers. 2021, 578.70 kilometers. 2022, 437.23 kilometers, and a total, as I say, Mr. Speaker, of 1,435.42 kilometers of drilling have been done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will want the Honourable Minister to consider that with these figures being provided, in his opinion, what the next 5 to 10 years will be in terms of mining, and how many mines is the ministry expecting to come on stream, and what is the projection for action during that period? Thank you, Mr.
Yes, Honourable Minister, are you able to provide this information?
Mr. Speaker, respectfully indicate, Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, that this is a very technical area, and the answer I see is one that is very technical. And if I'm to give a very specific, accurate answer to the question, the question which I find useful, if I'm to provide an accurate, specific answer to it, I will need to consult the team of the ministry. And if you indulge me, I will do that and be able to provide the answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're done. Very well. Yes, Honourable Tete.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, although the 2 questions are on gold, my question was actually on the gold thing. I just still put it there. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has provided a table on page 17 and which is very informative. Technically, there are only 2 companies whose license is still valid as of 2023. There are only 2 companies. 2 companies licensed, if you look in the other paper, if you look in this, companies licensed to establish gold refineries in Ghana. They are only, from the table that is provided, all of them, their licenses have either expired, and there are actually only 2, Bullion City Limited and YH Company Limited. And even that, they are still not set up. What is the government's policy towards adding value to the gold that we produce here in Ghana? And then relating it to the question that Honorable just asked, the kilometerage between 2019, which was 45.17 kilometers, and 2020, 307.25, it literally had an 8-fold, almost 7-fold increase in the kilometerage. So with that increase, and with us not having enough gold refineries, what's the government's policy for gold? And us getting better value from it. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, an increase in exploratory activities should normally lead to more discovery of minerals. Normally, not all the time. You can sink lots of money into exploratory activities and not find anything. But the probabilities are that the more you explore, the more you have a mineral. And if you find a mineral, it means that your production will go up. So the answer to the second question is that the increase in the kilometerage of exploration or exploratory activities should, on the face value, be comforting that a lot of exploration is taking place in our country, which is good, Mr. Speaker. But for exploratory activities, we will not have the age-old conventional wisdom that gold was found only in the southern part of Ghana. And yet today, out of exploratory activities, it's now been well established that there are even more deposits of gold in northern Ghana than perhaps there are in southern Ghana. So the more exploration, the better for our country. So Speaker, having said that, the issue of a refinery is really a very complex one, and government is doing all it can to be able to have a refinery established. But I want to conclude by pointing out, Mr. Speaker, that the real issue is not about establishing a refinery in your country per se. There have been several refineries established here in Ghana. But if you have a refinery which is not certified by what you call the London Bullion Market Association certification, that refinery cannot trade gold on the international market with ease. And to be able to get that certification, Mr. Speaker, to be able to have that certification, there are some requirements which the refinery has to meet. And indeed, in Africa, the only country with a London Bullion Market Association certified refinery is South Africa, Rand Refinery, which has been in existence for about 100 years today. Which is why I did indicate in my answer that we've been in talks with this refinery. I've been to Africa, they've been here several times, to get to the point where we'll have an LBMA certified refinery here in Ghana. We are working on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question number 1829. In the name of the Honourable Member for North Home, Dr. Blackwell. I'll proceed. Question number 1869. Honourable Member for Amasaman, Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources why potential landowners who purchase or lease land for building purposes at Hebron, Media, Sansam, and Pemwasi, Puntunse, etc. in the Amasaman constituency of the Greater Accra region have to go to the Eastern region for land registration and documentation. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of regional boundaries, particularly between the Eastern region and the Greater Accra region, which was originally part of the Eastern region, continues to pose some challenges, not only for land administration, but even for political administration of the country. Mr. Speaker, the numerous cases that the Supreme Court had to resolve on such boundary issues, including Matekole versus Azagu Kwesiji, the first versus Electoral Commission and Attorney General, number 2, 2012, 1 Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report 244, Obroni and versus Attorney General, and Akusi Amedeka Citizens Association versus Attorney General Electoral Commission are clear manifestation of such challenges. Mr. Speaker, for example, Atuguba JSC explained in the Matekele case, and I quote, it is true that the second schedule to the Greater Accra Regional Act 1982, PNDC Law 26, contains, quote, statutory description of the Accra region, quote, and some towns or villages are depicted on the map. However, as Africans and Ghanaians in particular, we know that this map often depicts the major towns or villages, and therefore it to apply the maxim, and it goes on and end of quote. Mr. Speaker, the development of these communities along the boundaries have resulted in some of the communities struggling between the two regions. Again, like the Supreme Court observed, the boundaries of these communities, while they may be clear on the map, are not clear on the ground. Mr. Speaker, the issue is not peculiar to the Amasaman constituency, but affects other towns between the eastern, central, and greater Accra regions of our country. The Lands Commission has therefore constituted a committee to examine all of these issues and make recommendations to government. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, do you have any follow-up? Very well. Question number 1872, the member for Ketu South, Ms. Abba Jifago Mashi.
Okay.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence, I will ask the question on behalf of my colleague. I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources measures being taken to protect the wetlands and lagoons in the Ketu South municipality.
Yes, Honorable Minister. 1869. 1872.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, on 26 July 2023, pursuant to a question posed by the Honourable Member for Sisala West, Honourable Mohammed Adams Suparu, on measures being taken to protect the Ramsar sites in our country, I gave a comprehensive answer on several measures being undertaken to protect all the sites in the country, including law enforcement mechanisms, the use of traditional and community sanctions, stakeholder engagement, education and awareness creation, research and monitoring, ecosystem restoration, tourism protection, and the use of community resources management areas, CREMA, where feasible. Specifically, in respect of Keta Lagoon site, I stated as follows, and I quote, the Keta Lagoon site, for example, a total of 57 hectares of degraded mangrove areas have been restored, and 6 hectares of community woodlots have been established in partnership with Arocha Ghana, CASA Initiatives, and Sea Solutions. Some additional 15 hectares of degraded lands and 6 hectares of community woodlots will be restored and established respectively by the end of the year, end quote. Mr. Speaker, I wish to reiterate that these areas are crucial to environmental protection and constitute a resource of great economic, cultural, scientific, and recreational importance. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources will therefore continue to adopt measures that ensure the protection, preservation, and effective management of all these sites across the country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any follow-up question?
I do not have any.
Very well. Then question 1873.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what corporate social responsibility was captured in the contract of 7 Seas Company in the Ketu South constituency, and if same has been executed.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, 7 Seas Salt Limited, formerly Kensington Industries Limited was granted a 15-year restricted mining lease on 29 December 2011. Area of the lagoon measuring approximately 6,004.48 acres to expire on 28 December 2026. The Speaker, this mining lease does not contain any corporate social responsibility clauses. The Speaker, typically, mining leases do not contain any corporate social responsibility clauses. Corporate social responsibility agreements are usually the subject matter of separate agreements entered between the mining companies and host communities. For example, Mr. Speaker, on 19 January 2021, 7C Salt Limited entered into separate community compensation agreements with the Some Traditional Authority, Adafianu Community, Zrananwu Community, and the Tetekope Community. These agreements include provisions for the payment of corporate social responsibility projects for these communities, such as the provision of employment for members of the communities, the provision of humanitarian assistance in times of natural disasters, and provision of health, sporting, educational, and security facilities for the communities. So, Speaker, pursuant to these agreements, a number of such facilities have been undertaken by the company in these communities. They include the construction of roads, repair of existing roads, installation of water tanks and pipes for the supply of water, construction of fish ponds, provision of laptops, printers, stationery, textbooks, and educational materials, and the provision of direct financial support to the communities. Mr. Speaker, a complete list of all the corporate social responsibility facilities undertaken by the company since 2011 is attached to this answer as Appendix 2, and I want Hansa to capture them fully. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
that will be all.
very well. Members, there was one question which was not asked, that the answer as published shall be published in the Hansard, as so direct. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of question time for today. We thank the Honourable Minister for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are discharged. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, with respect, may we now turn to page 8 of today's order paper and take item 20. Speaker, let me seek your leave for it to be done by the Deputy Minister of Energy.
Is that which item?
Speaker, item 20 on page 8.
22.
20.
Very well. At the commencement of public business, item 20. Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the National Petroleum Authority Amendment Bill 2023 be now read a second time. In doing so, I wish to indicate that the object of the bill is to amend the National Petroleum Authority Act 2005, Act 691, to provide for the promotion, monitoring, and enforcement of Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation in the petroleum downstream industry. Speaker, the NPA Act 2005 was enacted in 2005 to provide statutory backing to the policy of government on the liberalization of the downstream petroleum industry and to establish the National Petroleum Authority with a mandate to oversee and regulate the deregulated petroleum downstream industry in the country. The regulatory mandate of the authority included the setting of the ceiling of prices and the promotion of private sector participation and investments in the industry. Unfortunately, however, Act 691 does not make a specific provision for Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation in the petroleum downstream industry. Mr. Speaker, given the wide range of activities that comprise the petroleum downstream industry, the industry provides numerous opportunities for local businesses and the employment of Ghanaians, and as such requires a targeted Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation framework for the industry to empower and further enhance the involvement of Ghanaian companies in the petroleum downstream value chain. The bill therefore seeks to amend Act 691 to provide the enabling environment and opportunities for Ghanaians through the enforcement of mandatory participation of Ghanaians in the ownership, operations, control, and management of the activities in the petroleum downstream industry. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I associate myself with the motion ably moved by the Deputy Minister.
Are you seconding the motion or associating? You have to associate yourself.
Yes.
Very well.
Yes. And Honorable Speaker, with your leave, I'm associating. I've been educated that I should associate. I'm not seconding. I'm supporting. Yes, sir. Yes. I'm supporting. Indeed. Yes. No, I'm not seconding on this because it's a bill. And I'm highly educated by yes, at the table. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, with your leave, let me present the committee's report. And I intend to be very brief. I invite the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as if it's been read verbatim. Honorable Speaker, we are in no doubt that there's a problem with Act 691, the National Petroleum Authority Act. And that problem is spelled out clearly at paragraph 6.2 of the report. And I wish to read. The committee noted that the main purpose of the bill is to implement Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation policy in the downstream petroleum industry. This policy requires MPO to promote, monitor, and force Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation in the petroleum downstream industry. Honorable Speaker, this is the purpose of this bill. Our recommendations are captured at paragraph 8.0 of the report. I'm grateful for this opportunity.
Yes. Does the ranking member wish to comment? Yes, Honorable. You are a member of the committee, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion and the report so late, and in doing so, I will want to state that the National Petroleum Authority, as the regulatory body, needs to be, its enabling act needs to be updated to take cognizance of new trends in the industry, and particularly with the emphasis on Ghanaian content. It is totally right that this amendment is favorably considered by the House, and on this basis, I associate and support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favour of the motion? Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just, for the record, want to associate myself with the memorandum accompanying the bill, which was advocated by the Deputy Minister who stood in for the Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it must be said that this effort at making Ghanaians active partakers in this industry has come at the right time. Oftentimes our people think that we pass laws without considering their interest. It's been long overdue, but it's better late than never. That's all I want to say. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All against it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An Act to amend the National Petroleum Authority Act 2005, Act 691, to provide for Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation in the petroleum downstream industry and for related matters.
The National Petroleum Authority Amendment Bill 2023 is accordingly read the second time.
Speaker, I rise to move that the procedural motion number 21 on today's order paper be taken now. I so move.
Yes, Chairman.
Right Honourable Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. All in favour of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The procedural motion number 21 on page 8 of today's order paper is hereby adopted. Now, item 22. Honourable members, the National Petroleum Authority Amendment Bill 2023 at the consideration stage. Yes. Item 1. Yes, clause 2. Let's start from clause 1.
Section 2 of Act 691 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Honourable Speaker, there is no amendment.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 1.
Yes.
All in favor of clause 1 being a part of the bill, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Section 12 of Act 691 amended.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Honourable Speaker, proposed amendment, section 12, paragraph B, lines 2 and 3, deleted. An indigenous Ghanaian company and insert, quote, a Ghanaian. I so propose, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. All in favour of the proposed amendment being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 2 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favour say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Section 80 of Act 691 amended.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 3. All in favour of clause 3 being a part of the bill say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Section 81 of Act 691 amended.
Item I, amendment proposed. Chairman.
Honourable Speaker, amendment proposed. Definition of Ghanaian content. Delete and insert the following. Ghanaian content means the percentage of Ghanaians in the downstream petroleum business or the quantum of locally produced materials, financing goods and services rendered the petroleum downstream industry value chain, which may be measured in monetary terms, and any other standard to be determined by the authority.
Honourable members, proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Kwabena Donko.
There should be a comma after the financing. So it reads locally produced materials, financing, goods and services. So a comma after the financing.
Very well, honourable members. The proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. I think I should leave this to the draftspersons to effect that said amendment. Yes, Honourable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have a suggestion for the chair. If he finds it suitable, we may look at it for purpose of further amendment. Mr. Speaker, the chair praised this House for an amendment that would define Ghanaian content to mean, and it follows it with a list of items. I humbly suggest that if it finds favor with him, we amend the Ghanaian content means, delete that and set include. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you read down, that definition further opens some room for the authority to make some determination, and it reads, the percentage of Ghanaians in a downstream petroleum business or the quantum of locally produced materials, financing goods and services rendered in the petroleum downstream industry value chain, which may be measured in monetary terms, and any other standard to be determined by the authority. So, Mr. Speaker, my prayer here is that to the extent that there are some other unknown variables to be determined by the authority to come under this umbrella. Is it appropriate to use umbrella? To come under this, then, Mr. Speaker, we should not limit the definition to say it means. We should say it includes, so that the opening will be there to allow the authority to make that other determination. That is there. I mean, that has been the practice anyway, where we are not definitive. Mr. Speaker, I am fortified by the practice of the House and the precedent that we've established. So I'm only re-echoing the presidential value of what we've been doing. That when a definition is not definitive, we are not specific, and we have a list to give a meaning to a word. We instead rely on the phrase to include, rather than being very specific to say it means. Mr. Speaker, I think I'm not far from what we've been doing, because if you go down there, the burden in my submission is captured there, where it says any other standard to be determined. Any other standard. Any other standard. Any other standard is not defined. Any other standard to be determined by the authority. So that definition is open. So once it is open, we cannot say it means. It cannot mean a specific thing. It's a practice we've known, Mr. Speaker. So if it pleases him, we may proceed to delete the means and insert includes. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Honourable.
Honourable Speaker, if we take out means and insert include, it will make it too elastic. And if you pay regard to the fact that we are given a definition and you didn't end it, and at the very last but one line, you said, and any other standard that may be determined by the authority, then his concern has been addressed. If not, then it is too open-ended for a definition. Yes. Yes. So the any other standard will not be inconsistent with the previous definition, but it will add on to it for consistency. Because the any other will take care of your include. Yes. Because when you use the word include, it makes it very elastic. But we are not supposed to make laws which are so open-ended. But that's why we've put it this way. And the authority cannot go beyond the first meaning that we've placed upon it. It should always do something consistent with. That's why the and, will take care of its, rendition.
Mr. Speaker, there in any legislation is the need to ensure certainty. Are we certain in terms of this provision? I have a problem with the last phrase. It's the last phrase that creates a problem. In any event, if you look at the opening phrase, you are creating a disjointive effect of the meaning you are attributing to the phrase Ghanaian content. You say means the percentage of Ghanaians in a downstream petroleum business, or so it's disjointive. You are opening it at that point. You go further to give it introduction of financial goods and services rendered locally produced. You say, comma, industry value chain. Value chain in itself is open. You are talking about value chain to mean that if you, in the value chain, there's any aspect of Ghanaian, participation, that also satisfies the local content. My contention is that once you are not limiting it to the monetary terms, and you are now saying that and any other standard to be determined.
Years ago.
Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying is that by our own practice in this chamber, where we are unable to specifically come to a closure with a definition, we use that phrase include to answer that. The record would be my witness on this. Unless we would want to take care of the rendition again, which would deal with that lacuna, which I find there. Otherwise, to say means, the local content means, is a problem. We are not being specific here. We are not limiting the definition. So it cannot mean A. We are saying A, B, C, and others.
Yes, Honorable Sweeney.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I wish to agree with the rendition proposed by the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader. The Speaker, if you look at the definition, it is not definitive. It is not exact. It's not conclusive. It is a definition that leaves room for other inclusions and other determinations to be done. And so, therefore, instead of suggesting that with the article means, instead of suggesting with the article or the word means that the definition is conclusive and certain, it will be better to use include, which will reflect the nature of the definition. But Mr. Speaker, more importantly, I also think that even as we introduce include as proposed to replace means, there's the need for us to also make the standards of what we want to be known as Ghanaian content not to be mutually exclusive of each other. Because when you say percentage of Ghanaians in downstream petroleum business or the quantum of locally produced materials, it makes the two exclusive. But I am sure the intention is to say that you can have Ghanaians in that business and you can also still have locally produced people in the same business. But when you make it all, then it's as if they are mutually exclusive. And so when you have Ghanaians, then you will not have products. But your intention is not so. So it will be better if we just make it a comma or we make it N-all. I think a comma will be better. If we replace the all with a comma, then it will serve the purpose for which I think the Ghanaian content is supposed to mean. Thank you very much.
I'll come to you on to be sure. Is the Deputy Minister on his feet? No, very well, yes.
I believe we should maintain the means. In the regulatory environment, if you give too much latitude, it creates its own problems. This is an act. The act will be enforced by regulation. They are going to either use regulation or they are going to use other forms lower than regulation to give further directives as to how it should. So if you over expand it by saying it includes, you are creating too much latitude, because for regulatory bodies, the Parent Act is often not sufficient, and so we come with regulations. Then even after regulations, where they can again come with it's not directives. There are about 4 classes that can be used, all being derived from the Act. And so, and the downstream is a complex sector. The downstream will include the ownership of filling stations. It will include the ownership of BDCs, now Bidex. It will include the ownership of ONCs. It will include the ownership of LPG processing facilities. So it's such a complex arena. And so if we are not very specific, and then rather use regulation, use directives, etc., and then we open it up at the level of the Act, we will be open to a lot of legal challenges when the regulatory bodies make decisions. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think we are defining Ghanaian content. And for every definition to be meaningful, the broad spectrum of the definition should be known. And then if you pay regard to any other standard, that is to say the authority is given some discretion in the matter to expand it. But when you say we should delete means to include, then in a definition section of this nature, what is not included is not known. So if you say include, there is a law which is not included. And where is that? It's not part of the definition. And I've never seen any definition that what is not included is not known, and it's a good definition. So I believe we have a very good definition of local content, and also that we give some space to the authority to fill in the gaps, to make it consistent with the main definition. So I believe it is in order. If not, it will be too open-ended a definition. And when a definition is too open-ended, then it makes room for a lot of confusion. So I believe means is a proper way to capture the essence of the Ghanaian content, and also the authority will be given space to add on to make it consistent if it's necessary. That is my humble proposal.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I agree largely with the chairman, but Mr. Speaker, imagine you are an investor. You are coming to invest in something, and then they have something called a definition, what a local content is. But you can finish your agreement, and the minister comes up with something else telling you that these are additional things that you must do. Mr. Speaker, colleagues have already said this. I think the use of the word means, because when we are doing definition, you need to, when you are defining something, everybody need to know what you are talking about. So we can't accept also includes, it should be, Ghanaian content means the percentage of Ghanaians in the downstream petroleum business, comma, not all. The quantum of locally produced materials, financing goods, and services rendered in the petroleum downstream industry, value chain, which may be measured in monetary terms, full stop. This idea of and any other thing, what do you call it, a standard to be determined by the authority, Mr. Speaker, delete. It is a bad idea. The only changes, as far as I'm concerned, will be change or in line 2, the last.
Delete.
The line 2, you replace or with comma, and then the last but one line from after 10, delete the rest. So you delete after 10, delete the rest. So the new rendition will be Ghanaian content means the percentage of Ghanaians in a downstream petroleum business, comma, the quantum of locally produced materials, financing goods and services rendered in the petroleum downstream industry, value chain, which may be measured in monetary terms. Full stop.
You see that any other standard to be determined by the authority is actually introduced to define monetary terms. That either you measure it in monetary terms or any other standard introduced. So it is not to add on to what are to be quantified as local content. Right. Do you agree with me in that respect? Which may be measured in monetary terms and any other standard. And that is only for the measurement. Right. But the argument being made by the chairman, Chief Whip, is that if we are defining what is Ghanaian content, why should we not be specific about what we want? Which is a point I agree with. And this is not matters, what are the proper terms we use? Matters which are not known. We want to define what is Ghanaian content. We should not leave it in, let's say, matters at large. We should be clear what we want as Ghanaian content, and if there's any to be added, we should add it here. Otherwise, we should close it at the point. Okay, you started the argument.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. The approach taken by the minority chief whip, in my view, is superior to the earlier position taken by me. I therefore abandon my earlier position and go with his, except to say that the further amendment he proposed on line 2, where he wants all to be deleted, doesn't find favor with me. I think the disjunctive effect created there is right on point. So there's no need to delete it. So I would want to go by your new rendition, which ends on monetary terms, but maintains the all in low. It reads, Ghanaian content means the percentage of Ghanaians in a downstream petroleum business or the quantum of locally produced materials, financing goods and services rendered in the petroleum downstream industry, etc., etc. The first one is talking about shares. Shares that are ab initio introduced in the business. This one is talking about other considerations. So it is right in my view for them to create that disjointive effect. But it comes to the same thing. So we should proceed, Mr. Speaker, if Chair would align with this, so that we take away any other standard to be determined by the authority and keep it there. Now, Honorable Kobna Donko argued that there is room for an ally when it comes to these. So once that room will be there for you to come with a subsidiary legislation to cure any other lacuna, you have the opportunity to do so. For now, Mr. Speaker, I'm inclined to support him, subject to the amendment I propose. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am also persuaded to abandon my support earlier for us to replace means with include, except to reiterate the point I made earlier, which the minority chief whip agrees with, that all should be deleted and in its place should be a comma, because the intention is not either or. The intention is not either or. One business, in my view, can have both as Ghanaian content in the downstream. One business can have Ghanaians and can also have produce and goods representing the Ghanaian content. So I don't think the intention of the definition is to replace one with the other. It is to just say that these are the ingredients you look out for when you are measuring the Ghanaian content in a business. And so the exclusivity, the all gives it a certain exclusivity, which I think will not serve the purpose. So it should be replaced with a comma. And Mr. Speaker, I will also further amend the proposal by the minority chief whip. When he says we should end at monetary terms, Mr. Speaker, I want to propose, because not all the items listed can be measured in monetary terms. I want to propose that instead of ending at monetary terms, we delete N and replace it with all, any other standard of measurement. It is not to be determined, this standard of measurement is not to be determined by the authority. My proposal is that we should delete N and replace it with all, any other standard of measurement. We already know the standards of measurements in the world. And because the items listed are not all items that can be measured monetary wise, it's in my view not the best way to end the definition, because some of the items we can't measure monetary wise. But if we include any standard measurement, we already know the world standards of measurements, and so it can be applied to any other item that is caught in there. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think Deputy Majority Leader has abandoned his proposed amendment, and they should be mocked in cost. I mean, for detaining the House. But yes, repentance from dead works. But the most important thing is that yes, you should be mocked in cost. I mean,
yes. This was said in jest.
It was said in jest.
The Speaker did not hear that.
Leader, in jest. Yes. Leader.
Court will still have it that an application was made to you.
The application was not even received, let alone considered.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, the record will say so. The application was not even heard. Thank you.
Beautiful. Mr. Speaker, I think when you come to line 2, the business or the quantity of locally produced material should be maintained. But when we come to the very end, we should put a full stop at monetary means.
Terms.
And then we delete the rest of
monetary
them.
Terms.
Monetary terms. I'm sorry. Monetary terms, and the rest should be deleted.
I agree, because
that should stand as
legislation.
a amendment.
We should not give any room to the authority to legislate. If they bring subsidiary legislation, it will come to the House so that the House will look at it. That's right. All right. So, yes.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the original text itself from the legislative division of the Attorney General ended in monetary terms. So this inclusion was actually the suggestion of the committee. And so I associate myself with the amendments that have been made that we should end at
very well. So the new rendition will be Ghanaian content means the percentage of Ghanaians in a downstream petroleum business or the content of locally produced materials, financing, goods and services rendered in the petroleum downstream industry value chain, which may be measured in monetary terms. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now put the question. No, there's a further amendment. Item I. Chairman.
Amendment proposed. Definition of indigenous Ghanaian company. Delete. As so proposed.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item IV. Chairman.
Honourable Speaker, amendment proposed. Add the following new definitions. Foreign company means an incorporated entity in which the legal and beneficial ownership is controlled by a non-Ghanaian, whether the entity is incorporated in Ghana or not. Petroleum downstream industry means the scope of businesses or commercial activities related to crude oil and petroleum product importation, exportation, re-exportation, shipment, storage, transportation, processing, refining, distribution, marketing, and sale as prescribed in this Act, for which a license is required. And so proposed. Right, Honourable Speaker.
Members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Yes. Deputy Leader.
Respectfully, sir, Mr. Speaker. The new definition for foreign company. I just want clarity. Ghana Investment Promotion Act. The definition we gave there is consistent with it. And whether in the Companies Act, the definition we have there as to a Ghanaian company and what we are doing here, Mr. Speaker, go along. I just want that clarity because, Mr. Speaker, once we have a precedent, we don't want situations where we are amending our laws to create a new creature, which creature may have some interference with a bigger creature, and it becomes a matter of unnecessary litigation. So, Mr. Speaker, once the committee is satisfied that the definition given here aligns with the existing definition in the Companies Act, I am fine. I have to admit that I've not read the Companies Act recently. I don't have it immediately here. But I just want to have it on record so that we don't create any problem. I thank you, sir.
Does anybody have a Companies Act here? I think the controlling legislation we should look at is the Companies Act. What is the definition of foreign company? Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, I want to further amend the petroleum industry means, and petroleum downstream industry means the scope of businesses or commercial activities related to crude oil, and I want to add something to after the crude oil. Crude oil natural gas, liquefied natural gas, compressed natural gas, because the downstream sector also includes the gas sector. And if we leave it at crude oil, the definition excludes the gas sector, and the MPA has jurisdiction also over the gas sector.
Yes.
Speaker, I associate myself with the further proposed amendment that the deputy ranking member or the member of the Finance Committee, MP for True, made, safe to say that the Petroleum Revenue Management Act defines petroleum to include crude oil and natural gas. And so I was going to propose that we delete crude oil and in its place insert petroleum. That would cater for all the issues that he raised with respect to.
Yes. So kindly move the amendment.
Speaker, so I move a further amendment to clause 4. Petroleum downstream industry line 3 to delete crude oil and insert petroleum. I so move.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I pray that the concerns raised by me, they should check.
We are not taking the entire one. This one we're just
that I agree. I don't have a problem.
I'm trying to find out. I made somebody submit the complaints out to me.
When we come tomorrow, they can do their checks, and if there is no problem, we proceed. You know, then yes, then we can proceed with the third reading for them tomorrow and get it done.
Okay.
But I want the Deputy Minister to appreciate the industry of members in getting this thing done and the quality of debate. Yes. The Honorable Deputy Minister, for the record, I want you to appreciate the industry of members on this occasion. Looking at the time, it's almost 6 o'clock. No. Deputy Minister of Energy, you are standing in for your boss. Let me finish. What I'm saying is that I hope you would appreciate the industry of members at this time of the day in seeing to it that this bill, is passed. Yes.
Yes.
I have duly taken judicial notice of the industry of all the members here in present, and I can assure the Deputy Majority Leader that we'll do the needful. He can count on that.
Very well noted. But I think it is critical to be sure of what we are legislating over. Looks like even the Companies Act does not define foreign company. So let's be clear and be sure of what we are putting in this bill. So I suggest that with the fair consideration of this, do the research, conclude tomorrow before we do the third reading. That's right. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we have been sitting since morning, 10 a.m. No lunch. Leadership is aware.
You were not here when I raised that matter. So.
Oh, you raised it?
Yes.
God bless you.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just on your direction on the definitions, Mr. Speaker, we should be quite careful because for example, in the same petroleum upstream, the definition of a Ghanaian company is different. In upstream, it is an entity in which Ghanaians or Ghanaian corporates have 51% interest.
Which law is that one?
But
which particular law is that one?
Which
particular legislation?
So in Act 919 and then the various local contents.
No, I have all the bills on.
Yes, Act 919. If you look, and then the local content 2204. LI 2204, the definition of indigenous. And so when we met MPA, we were conscious of this, but MPA wanted for downstream the definition to be different so that the upstream is more capital intensive than the downstream. And so these definitions are very industry specific as we want to do that. I just want, other than that, the drafts people will just look at the general definitions. I just thought I should bring that to your attention.
Very well. So we will look at the Companies Act and then define Ghanaian company and foreign company for the purposes of this act. In that case, we'll preface it for the purposes of the foreign company means that, so that we know that the meaning is restricted to this specific act. But let's be clear in our mind what we're legislating upon, right? Yes, Leader.
Speaker, let me thank members for the endurance and the support they've shown going through all this amendment. And Speaker, we'll go by your wise directives that the chair and the minister should do the necessary checking so that tomorrow we can bring finality to it. And so at this stage, Speaker, we'll have to suspend consideration and proceed. No, we have related, and so we will suspend.
Very well. There's just one more. Clause 5. There's no advertised amendment to Clause 5. So let's deal with Clause 5, and then we'll have Clause 4 outstanding to conclude. So, honourable members, Clause 5.
Savings.
There's no advertised amendment to Clause 5. Unless there's any amendments on the floor, I'll put the question. All in favor of Clause 5 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration of the National Petroleum Authority Amendment Bill 2023 for today. Honourable members, I think I can bring proceedings to a close for today. The House is accordingly adjourned till Thursday, November 9th, 2023 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.